Thank you. We're going to be going to closed session, and we have two closed session items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Bracco versus the City of Petaluma, Workers' Compensation Appeals Board, case number ADJ 8980390 and ADJ 8979268, pursuant to the California Government Code, Section 54956.9A. And that will be with the risk manager, Erica Leahy. And conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code, Section 54956.9:1, potential case in accordance with Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision E, paragraphs 2 and 3. The facts and the circumstances that might result in litigation against the city involve transactional occurrences that are known to a potential plaintiff or plaintiffs, namely claims for additional compensation submitted to the city by Myers and Sons Construction, general contractor for the city's biomass to biofuel B2B project. The written communications comprising the claims submitted by Myers and Sons Construction are available for public inspection pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.5, and Public Works Director Jason Beatty and outside attorney will be on that. So is there any public comment on closed session items?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If there's any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, these items for closed session, not general public comment at this time, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be given 3 minutes in which to speak. I'm looking and I do not see any hands raised in Zoom. City Clerk, over to you to see if we had any emails on the subject.
Thank you. No emails were submitted ahead of time.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will adjourn from this meeting and go to closed session meeting, and we will return to this meeting at the end of closed session or 6:45. Thank you. Okay, I'm actually gonna leave for, I'm just gonna go get a few things. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, Mr. Haley's here, good. I'm not seeing Councilmember McDonald.
No, I don't either. Let me see what's that.
There he is, or he, oh, there he is. Yeah, he's here now. Okay. Good to see you.
My apology.
No, it's you're still early. I think it just turned 6:30. So Patrick, do you want to let us know when we're live?
We are live now, Madam
We
Mayor.
are live now. Thank you. And welcome back to the regular Petaluma City Council meeting. We just came back from closed session, and I will ask the clerk to do roll call.
Barrett,
Here.
Barnacle,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here.
McDonald,
Here.
Hosake.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. And so I will ask the moderator to put up the flag, and if people would like to mute themselves, we can all join along and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will follow that by a moment of silence. Thank you. We're going to go to agenda changes and deletions to the current agenda. And I have a few to make. We would like to move items 6A and 6B, the public hearings section of this agenda. We'd like to consider that before new business. And then in new business, we would like to move item 5A, the General Plan Advisory Committee appointments, to the end of the agenda after item 5D. And I'd also like to acknowledge that I've received an updated ordinance from staff correcting that in the ordinance for item 5B, extending the lease for the fairgrounds, the term is by 1 year to December 31st of 2023. So are there any objections to that? Okay, so we will make those agenda changes. And I would like to go to the city attorney for any report out of closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no action to report tonight.
Thank you. And so we will move directly into general public comment. And so before our moderator gives the direction for those who would like to speak to this item, I will ask our city clerk if she has had any general public comments received.
Mayor Barrett, we received 3 general public comments, which are posted with the agenda online.
Thank you very much. And now Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really quick before we get into general public comment, just given the stormy weather out there and the chance for folks to lose power, if you happen to do so and you wish to continue watching the meeting and you have a landline and are able to do so, I'd just like to say the phone number, the call-in number really quick in case folks would like to join that way. And that number, if you have your pens and paper ready, is 669-900-9128. And again, that's 669-900-9128. And you'll also need the webinar ID, which is 988-4676-2193. 988-4676-2193. And with that, I will move on to general public comment and share my screen with the timer. Bring up that. All right. So I'm going to begin this 30-second timer very shortly, but if you would like to make a general public comment, raise your hand now, and we will call on you in turn. And this is based on number of people that have raised hands. If we have 7 or fewer that raise their hands, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak. If there's 8 or more, we'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. So I'll start that. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes, subject to the City Council's discretion. And then just a reminder that, I'll stop sharing my screen, that members of the public are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting, and I will call on you in turn. We have 6 hands raised, so I will reset the timer for 3 minutes each. And then reshare my screen. Okay, the first speaker is Scott Springhorn, followed by John Hanania. Scott, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you very much. We, the citizens, are extremely grateful to city staff's work and the recommendation to deny the Verizon Creamery WTF application leading to Verizon's withdrawal. Thank you very much for your hard work. We would like to pivot on the success to now work to strengthen Petaluma's wireless ordinances in order to secure maximum public safety, reduce legal risk, and maximize cost efficiency for our city moving forward. We are requesting that the city immediately act to hire Andrew Campanelli to strengthen Petaluma's wireless ordinance per evolving technology. By ordering this review and having strong and legal ordinances added to our city code, it can do the following. 1, give the city maximum power in our codes to decide where these facilities should go up that is best for the city. And 2, teach and educate our city staff on how to exercise these codes to correctly protect the city. In addition, this will save money and also have the opportunity to add revenue streams to the city. The city can make it so that they have all of the correct codes and ordinances in place so that there is no need to have long, drawn-out application periods, no room for wireless companies to act in bad faith, and the city has the power to do what is best for the city and its general plan. Verizon has withdrawn their application for the proposed project on the Creamery for now. They've even stated they are looking to come back when the Creamery is in compliance. Let's keep this momentum moving forward on this issue and strengthen our ordinances now. This ordinance review is right in line with our general plan and the Climate Action Committee Back in 2018, the city did a fantastic job of writing strong ordinances to prevent small cell towers to be in residential areas. And now it's time to do the same thing for minor and major towers as well. This work will be exactly what the city needs to stay on track with its promise to do all what is best for the city and its citizens. And this is something that would benefit all of Petaluma and its residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is John Hanania, followed by Wendy Denny. John, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening. At the last meeting, my dear friend Frauke did not get to explain what really took place. When she called the police, she wanted someone with kindness, maybe perhaps to speak with her son and take him under 5150. But instead, I ask you to ask your staff to release the video so you own. The whole entire police department blocked the whole entire street. They hid behind cars with high powerful rifle, on neighbors' porches, the front lawn with also high power rifle. The sergeant, who was rude, disrespectful, and used profanity, and was yelling also at the mother to how many if in time he have to respond. And the son was treated as if he has shot half of Petaluma, not as someone who needs help. And instead of giving him the help that he needs, they arrested him with also the multiple charges that they're notorious of doing. Eventually, he was dead when he was under observation at Sonoma County Jail. Just so you know, her kids grew up in my house with my son, or my son was at her house. So we are very close, and I feel I lost a son. But just also to bring to your attention, the sergeant, before he was promoted to a sergeant, there was multiple complaints launched against him, including one by myself. When it was investigated by the other agency, found a wrongdoing, the department changed the outcome. A letter was sent to you guys, and you never responded. And what did Ken Savannah do after all the complaint? He promoted him to a sergeant. I even asked back then, what the hell are you doing? But I also want to ask for you, you guys Google Marcus Jeter, and you will see the kind of wrongdoing that takes place. The incident with Marcus Jeter, who was facing 10 years for doing nothing wrong, will explain it. Some of that stuff take place in Petaluma. I know an incident that took place in Petaluma where the officer took the money and nothing was found wrong. So I ask you again, have your city manager do her job, and instead of trying to look good and worry about her looks, and you guys take responsibility for being governing body. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Next speaker is Wendy Denny, followed by Samantha Buller. Wendy, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello. Many of us Petaluma residents are thankful for the withdrawal of Verizon's cell tower application for the creamery, and we commend the city for its actions opposing it. Thank you very much. We recognize that telecom companies will continue to come into our town and attempt to place cell towers essentially wherever they please. Now it's time for our city to establish a firm footing in smart city planning by hiring an expert in telecom law, and realize it's the city's decision, not the telecom company, to decide where these towers should go. Andrew Campanelli is a leading expert in telecom law, and the city can hire him to draft a wireless ordinance, educate the staff on the 1996 TCA law, and teach how to implement the wireless ordinance to ensure that cell service is provided where needed and towers are placed in least intrusive sites. We cannot rely on the information from Verizon to be accurate or true. For example, in the application withdrawal letter, it states, quote, Verizon Wireless submitted evidence confirming a significant gap in service in the South Petaluma area, end quote. followed by, quote, CTC confirmed that there is inadequate network capacity, end quote. Verizon did not prove there was a gap in coverage. This is an untrue statement, and they supported this false finding by using the word capacity. It's obvious Verizon is not transparent about their definitions. Once Petaluma has a strong wireless ordinance added to the city code, then our city will have maximum power to decide the proper locations for cell towers and have the competency to protect our neighborhoods from outside dishonest influence. Now is the time to hire Campanelli. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for those comments, Wendy. Next speaker is Samantha Buller, followed by Lydia Schindler. Samantha, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. I'd like to echo what Scott and Wendy said. In the letter that Verizon sent to the city withdrawing their application for the wireless facility on top of the creamery, it had multiple false or misleading statements, and it made a remark about them coming back when the creamery comes into compliance. Now is the time to take this success and continue down this track of doing what is best for Petaluma and its citizens. While we have this momentum, we ask the council and city staff to please hire Andrew Campanelli now to do a review of our current ordinances and help to strengthen them even further to secure maximum public safety, reduce legal risk, and maximize cost efficiency for our city moving forward. The city already has good ordinances it can stand by, but having Campanelli come in, do a review, and strengthen them will allow the city to have maximum power so the best decisions can be made for the city and its citizens. This review would also ensure that the city staff would be educated on how to correctly use these codes and ordinances to do what is best for the city. This review and strengthening of codes and ordinances would be good for all Petalumans in every single neighborhood. This would also allow the city to save money as well as open new streams of revenue. This is right on path with the new general plan and the Climate Action Committee. We ask that you hire Andrew Campanelli as he has a proven track record with helping and protecting cities. Hiring any other consultant, especially ones that work with the telecom companies, is the exact opposite of what needs to happen. And that is why Andrew is the best. Let's keep this great momentum moving forward and all work together to get this done for our city and its current and future citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Next speaker is Lydia Schindler, followed by Taryn Obaid. Lydia, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and City Council members, several days ago, I was able to witness an incredible start to action of our leaders to change our community's blind eye towards racial injustice. I witnessed your willingness to listen to your constituents and use the expert guidance of Tracy Webb on these complicated matters. Kudos for working towards our safety, health, social equality, and protecting our environment. Late last week, Verizon decided to withdraw their application to plant a macro cell tower on the Petaluma Creamery. Through the work of the city and community, we produced enough evidence that, for now, impressed on Verizon to withdraw. The compilation of evidence was at a large cost of time and dollars for the city. Telecom corporations will continue to vie for adding cell towers to our city. We need to be capable of deciding what, when, and where it's appropriate to place cell towers. And we shouldn't have to pay for obtaining evidence. Research is down the pike for clean air communications, and truthfully, the underlying desire for most of us is to tool up to obtain evidence of need, protecting health and safety, as inevitable increases of microwave radiation permeates our community and the environment. Yes, we worked with Andrew Campanelli, whose expertise in telecommunications municipal codes is extremely impressive. He's worked for years with cities in California and throughout the country. He is not associated with a telecom law firm that can potentially be aligned with telecom giants so he can help create a municipal code that gives our city more power to decide what is best. And this should include the city's adoption of the requirement to oversee scheduled testing of radiation emitted from the various cell towers throughout our city. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, Lydia. Next speaker and last speaker in general public comment is Taryn Obaid. Taryn, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. Citizens are immensely appreciative that city staff recommended denial of the Verizon Creamery wireless facility application and that it resulted in Verizon withdrawing. We thank you, and we want to do everything we can to help the city leverage the success to strengthen our wireless ordinance in order to secure maximum public safety, reduce legal risk, and maximize cost efficiency for our city on every wireless facility application moving forward. We citizens respectfully ask our city leaders to prioritize the immediate rewrite of our wireless ordinance and to do it now. Citizens also respectfully, strongly ask our city to hire the people's attorney, Andrew Campanelli. Andrew Campanelli is the #1 U.S. litigation attorney with a track record of defending municipalities and citizens' rights regarding telecommunications. Taxpayers would like our money to be spent hiring the right person to do the job right, to provide Petaluma with a wireless ordinance that is lawsuit strong, that is safety service balanced, that is money saving, and is revenue generating for us. We request the city to hire Andrew Campanelli because this is a highly complex technology governed by complex law. And the truth is, telecom carriers, their attorneys, and their aligned consultants routinely use the complexity to misguide cities and obfuscate facts regarding frequencies, power level, antenna specifications, etc. And they promote confusion by mixing up FCC relevant issue of call coverage with FCC irrelevant issue of broadband capacity. This effort of misinforming is tenacious, and it yet again was asserted in Verizon's withdrawal letter. And it even appeared in the drive test report that our city paid $15,000 for a telecom consultant to do. They keep blurring the line, and we need a professional expert who's done this for over 1,000 court cases to do this job right for us. So again, this is why we respectfully ask the city to hire Andrew Campanelli. He's a proven advocate, and that's a stark contrast to others that are known for being run out of cities, such as telecom law firm got run out of Malibu, Monterey, and they ended up putting wireless antenna on every street corner in Coronado, California. Thank you again for listening to us. Thank you for protecting us.
Thank you for those comments tonight. And Madam Mayor, I'm turning it back to you. That's all the hands for tonight.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. And with that, we'll close public comment, general public comment. And we will go on to council comment. And at this time, I'm going to ask Christina Paul to join the conversation, Christina from our staff, because at this point, we're going to ask each of the council members to submit via email our preliminary recommendations for the 15 general plan advisory committee appointments that we will be discussing during new business. So if Christina is available, I'd like her to describe what she would like us to do at this point.
Madam Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. Before we go to Christina, could I just make one brief comment?
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
That's okay. Thank you. So I just wanted to briefly note and acknowledge the members of the public comments about the staff work regarding the Verizon application. Thanks very much for that. And to also note that we are going to be proceeding to prepare for the council recommended updates regarding the city's telecommunication regulations. So thank you.
Thank you for that, City Attorney. Okay, and with that is Ms. Paul, oh, there she is. Yes, hi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. We are going to be discussing the General Plan Advisory Committee appointments later on in the agenda. And to that end, I would like for you to email me and the city clerk your top 15 preliminary recommendations for GPAC membership. And we will take those and come back following item 5D to present an analysis of those and receive public comment and select ultimately the General Plan Advisory Committee.
Okay.
Following the city manager's comments, we're going to confirm that we have lists from everyone. And if you cannot email your list, we will ask you to read your list aloud.
Okay, thank you, Christina. Okay, with that, I will go to council comment, and we'll start with Mr. Healy.
Thank you. So in terms of liaison reports, I only have one meeting to report. The League of California Cities Public Safety Committee met on January 8th. I'm pleased to report that I was in attendance. Our city clerk, Kendall Rose, was also in attendance, representing the city clerks of the state of California. It's going to be an active year. In that committee, we had an extensive conversation with Assemblymember Mike Gibson of Los Angeles County, who is the chair of the Assembly Select Committee on Policing Reform. And there's going to be a lot of activity in that sector over the next several months, and I'll be reporting on that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, and I just want to note how glad I am to see that we have over 33 people here from the public. You know, it's always good to have that public participation. And I wanted to acknowledge how powerful our race and policing workshop was last week. Really happy that we had so many folks, over 200, participating in that important discussion. I mean, back in May with the killing of George Floyd, I realized I needed to read Between the World and Me and Stamped from the Beginning, and I've gotten through those. However, those are very deep, heavy books, bold, comprehensive, academic in their breath even. And so I want to recommend additionally a much lighter book to balance that out. I'm now reading You'll Never Believe What Happened to Lacey by Lacey Lamar. Lacey has the gift of telling her story as a person of color in a way comfortable to laugh at, events that will make you cringe. So the takeaway is racism is real, it's prevalent, and it needs to stop. I'm glad we're on that path. In regards to report outs, the Continuum of Care Board, which I sit on, met both on the 15th and Friday afternoon last week, and the week before, the 22nd and 15th. And some of their activity is it's evaluating the coordinated entry system performance and changing the coordinated entry system operator for how people are going to be getting into homeless services and how we keep an eye on them. Getting the county strategy out for getting the funding right is a huge challenge for this group. It's going to be a busy, difficult year for this group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since our last non-workshop meeting, Sonoma Clean Power met at the beginning of the month. We went over a number of items, but one of the key ones is that there has been a public outreach relating to the Evergreen program for Sonoma Clean Power and seeking public ideas for expansion of local resources. Between online surveys and Zoom meetings, well over 100 people participated throughout the region. And that will continue, that outreach will continue for the next couple of months. A final plan will be brought to the Sonoma Clean Power Board in May. So a couple of the items that were emphasized by the public that will be examined include battery storage, which is something Sonoma Clean Power has been looking at, working on. It's the next big phase to broaden the ability to provide clean electricity on a more consistent, thorough basis throughout the region. But the other top priorities were to build new resources, cut emissions as much as possible, match hourly output to demand, where batteries will certainly come in play, and keep the resources in the Sonoma Clean Power territory, which is actually Evergreen's mandate, and to use local labor. The agency is going to continue to work with local jurisdictions and businesses to develop some local resources at their sites, and I think that is going to be a big part of the next phase of Sonoma Clean Power expansion. I know we did something last year. I think it was last year. It might have been 2019. And there may be some more opportunities for the city to partner with Sonoma Clean Power with regard to that, as well as local businesses. And I don't know if anybody here is, can pass that along to some of the local businesses, but partnering with Sonoma Clean Power, that's a good way to cut your energy costs. And then we got a brief, and it was brief because it's a little bit early in the year. We actually met, I think, on the 4th or 5th of January. We got a brief legislative report, but there's a couple bills of interest. One is a bill that would put a definition into California law that would define what is green hydrogen. I'm not sure to what degree everybody has followed this, but a lot of hydrogen is produced by natural gas. I know there's a company, French company, coming in to Las Vegas to try to do it through solar and wind. But this bill would define it in some way so that it's not just something that people think is green, but actually is produced by natural gas. And then there's another bill which may come through, I think it's an assembly bill, to prohibit natural gas in new school construction. So those are two bills we'll be watching, and I don't know how many new schools are going to be constructed in the coming decade, but I imagine there will be some. So that ties into our REACH code. And just last comment to follow up on Councilmember McDonald's comments about last Thursday. I think that was a good workshop for all of us, and hopefully we're going to be taking some steps in the direction of what needs to be done within our community to combat and bring to light racism, and hopefully at some point begin to end it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a heck of a first month on the job for myself, and I'm sure Councilmember Postake as well. But it's been great. So since our first meeting, I've had my orientations with the departments, and was really an eye-opening experience to see all the work that the city does and what goes into keeping this thing humming, and really appreciate the staff and their presentations, but more importantly, the work that they do, and our city manager for helping orchestrate all that. I had my first Parks and Rec meeting, and we talked about our naming policy for our parks. We also announcement that the Bond Park survey is out right now. So if you live near Bond Park or know people that do, please ask them to take it. It's kind of sad to see the old park infrastructure getting potentially replaced, but it's also exciting to see what could come. Had my League of California Cities training. Got to see a little skit called Dysfunction Junction, the city, and it was makes our city council meetings look like they hum pretty good. So nice job to you, Mayor. And finally, a couple of other things that happened that I've seen recently. City of Sacramento became the first city to eliminate single-family zoning. I thought that was pretty interesting, and agree that they're going to, I think they eliminated parking minimums and are looking at parking maximums. So some interesting progressive looks at land use. And the city of Berkeley is looking at their own internal combustion engine ban earlier than what Gavin Newsom's doing. So just a couple interesting things on that front. Other than that, back to you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you. I'm not sure what order we're taking these in anymore. I'm always surprised.
I've actually resat everybody, but it's virtual, so it's still kind of weird.
Right. I wonder where I'm sitting.
You're to my left.
Gotcha. Next to Mr. King. No, yeah.
No.
So I'm going to report on my liaison. I am now the director for Petaluma on the Sonoma County Transportation Authority and the Regional Climate Protection Authority, which hold the same position. We had our meeting on January 11th. It meets once a month, and we unanimously endorsed the Climate Safe California proposal, which is in alignment with the Sonoma climate mobilization strategy that the RCPA is working on and will come to us in March, I believe. And I think that's on our agenda coming up, maybe the next agenda for endorsement. We also approved the 2020 annual report and a work plan for 2021. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Councilmember Posake.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I had my first meeting as liaison for the Youth Commission, and the youth members chose their project for this semester, which will have to do with what teens can do to combat stress and anxiety, among other mental health issues. We also decided to have as a speaker a representative of the Sunrise Movement. That'll be scheduled in the future at some point, I believe. Those are the two main outcomes there. I would just like to add to some of the other comments that I also appreciate all the work by the staff and the community in terms of our workshop on race relations and policing. However, I continue to receive comments in this regard from folks both on my city email as well as my other emails about folks that are continuing to feel unsafe on almost a daily basis, if not daily. I know we have several crises going on simultaneously, but it's my feeling that when people are feeling unsafe in their community, that some of these issues have to jump over some of our other demanding issues. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've only had one meeting since our last meeting, and that was the annual well, actually there were two meetings, but both at the Air District, and one was the annual retreat and the other was orientation for the new members. There's been quite a bit of turnover actually on the Air District, more than I've ever seen. I think there's 5 new members on the Air District, including Supervisor Linda Hopkins, who is replacing Shirley Zane as the other person from Sonoma County. So that's a very brief liaison report. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager for her report.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to, I'm sure everybody's gotten notice, but the state had lifted our stay-at-home order, and Sonoma County is now reverting back to the purple tier, which is still the most restrictive tier, but it also means that services and activities such as outdoor dining and personal services are resuming with required modifications. And folks will notice around town tents going up for our restaurants to accommodate that outdoor dining. And I know we're expecting a deluge of rain, but I would encourage folks to please, patronize our local businesses, our restaurants, our retail. We've got about 20 tents by the end of next week that will be up, and we'll continue to do more installation. And also the city has opened up recruitment to fill current vacancies on our Climate Action Commission, our Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, our Planning Commission, Technology Advisory Committee, Tree Advisory Committee, and Youth Commission. Applications are being accepted through 5 p.m. on Monday, February 8th. Additional information, application forms can be found on the city website at cityofpetaluma/joining CCBs. So joining CCBs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I just want to bring back Christina Paul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. We got choices from everyone. So we will be back later in the agenda.
Well, good. Good. Thank you very much. We'll see you later in the agenda. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to approval of the minutes. We have minutes from June 1st of 2020, September 21st of 2020, October 5th of 2020, November 2nd of 2020, November 16th of 2020, and January 4th of 21. We have a correction that was submitted by Councilmember Healy for the minutes of June 1st, and that was the last item on page 7. Councilmember Miller's vote should be recused, not no. So if there are any other changes, now's the time to bring those up. Seeing none, the minutes will be deemed approved as submitted and or corrected. Okay, so now we are moving on to the approval of the proposed agenda for Monday, February 1st. Is there any changes to that?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion by Healy,
Second.
second by King. And so can we have a roll call vote on that, please?
Yes. Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosaka. Sorry,
Dennis,
Councilmember-
you're muted, Dennis.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And so now we'll move on to the consent calendar. And are there is anybody want to move anything off the consent calendar? I'm not seeing any hands raised. I have one question about the from the consent calendar on item A. And it is something that I was asked about from the public, and that was about whether or not the city of Petaluma is ever looking into or has ever looked into public banking in terms of where we are putting our money that is possible to use in other places. The reason for this is regarding the whole question of funding affordable housing.
So Corey can, our finance director, Corey Gabrielia, can comment on that.
Okay, I see Corey here, yes?
Or can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the first I've heard of this question, so I might take a bit of research. We typically focus on a diversified portfolio. So we've always managed our investments in the 3 categories that you see in the investment report. So we have a managed account, we have a camp pool, and a LAIF money market pooled option. So other than that, we have not recently looked at public banking, but it is something that I can definitely spend some time looking into and get back to you with more information.
Well, I think it might be worthwhile to talk to the people in Santa Rosa, because I actually believe it's been something that has been brought up there as well. So I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it is something that we're always looking for ways to actually address the affordability of low-income housing. And so this looks to be a new way that is being recommended. So I'm just throwing that out since we were talking about the quarterly report. So with that, I see a hand up from Vice Mayor Fisher. No, Councilmember Fisher. Sorry.
I was going to say that the state did pass public banking last year, and that my understanding is they limited it to 10 around the state. And so there is a group in Santa Rosa that's very knowledgeable, that's been in existence for several years. And Corey, I can send you their contact information.
Okay, that'd be great.
And with that, I would move the consent calendar.
Okay, is there a second on that before I see if there's any public comment? I see the second from Councilmember McDonald. And so did we get any public comment on this, City Clerk?
No public comment received.
Okay, and so then I'll turn it over to the moderator to see if there's any public comment in the attendees.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on the consent calendar, please raise your hand and you'll be called on in turn. I see no hands being raised, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close public comment on this, and we have a motion and a second, so we will vote roll call.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And now we're on to unfinished business, and this is the adoption, second reading of an ordinance authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City Council of Petaluma and the Board of Administration of the California Employees Retirement System. And that is Mr. Castillo.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. At the December 21st, 2020 meeting, the City Council unanimously approved the introduction and first reading of an ordinance authorizing an amendment to the contract with CalPERS for Classic members represented by IAFF Unit 7. The contract amendment will permit a 1% employee cost share of the CalPERS employer contribution for members defined as Classic. The ordinance was introduced at the council meeting and no changes have been made. To permit an amendment to the contract and classify employee contributions appropriately, the ordinance may be adopted on or after January 25th, 2021. There must be a 20-day period between the adoption of the resolution of intention and the adoption of the ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 20471. And it is recommended that the City Council adopt the attached ordinance authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City of Petaluma and CalPERS. And I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Not seeing any hands. Did the city clerk receive any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
And the city moderator, see if we can open public comment and see if there's anyone who wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item 4A, please raise your hand and you'll be called on in turn. I see no hands being raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close public comment and bring it back. Do I have a motion on this item?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Fisher, second by McDonald, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So now with that, we're going to the changed part of the meeting where we are going to open public hearing first before we go to new business. And we'll start with item 6A. And I believe council members Healy and King will be recusing themselves because they pay this tax. So
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
yes. Okay. So we will
Correct
call
here
you
too.
back. Okay, we'll call you back to the meeting shortly. And with that, we will go to item the public hearing to levy an annual assessment for the fiscal year 2021 for the Downtown Petaluma Business Improvement District. So that is Corey Garbarolio.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett, members of the City Council. The Petaluma Downtown Association Board serves as the Business Improvement District Board of Directors. The board presented the City Council with an annual report and budget information at the January 6th council meeting. A resolution of intention to levy an annual assessment for fiscal year 2021 was also adopted at that time. The public hearing this evening is to hear comment regarding the proposed budget and 2021 annual assessment. It is recommended this evening that the City Council conduct the public hearing, accept input, and adopt the resolution establishing the levy for the 2021 annual assessment for the Downtown Business Improvement District. Marie McCusker, the Executive Director of the Downtown Association, is here this evening to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. And you said January 6th, but I think you meant January 4th.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct. It's January
Yes.
4th.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions from the council? I'm not seeing any raised hands. City Clerk, have you received any correspondence on this item?
Mayor Barrett, no correspondence on this item.
Okay, thank you. And Patrick, can you see if we open public comment, is there any comment on this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. I'm looking and I see no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. This is such a different meeting than we've been having. But with that, public comment is closed and I will ask for a motion.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, I heard it, but I didn't see who said it. Vice Mayor Barnacle made the motion and the second was Posake. Okay, fine. So with that, we will vote by the roll call.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Council members Healy and King are recused. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will notify the two recused members to come back in. And when they do, we will move to public hearing item to receive comments on the 2019-2020 proposed consolidation annual performance evaluation plan, the CAPER, and adoption of the resolution approving the Community Development Block Grant 2019-2020 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, and authorizing the city manager to submit the CAPER as required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and that will be Housing Member Director Carney.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We had this item on the agenda on December 7th council meeting. The council approved it. However, on January 4th, our HUD sent us a note that we didn't do the proper public noticing. We thought it was a 5-day that HUD gave us a waiver for, but it turns out that didn't apply to this particular report. It had to be a 15-day. So we reissued the public notice. So we're here tonight to ask the council to again adopt the resolution and authorize the city manager to send the CAPER report for 2019-2020 to HUD. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't see any hands up with questions. So let me see if there is any comments that have been received by the city clerk.
Mayor Barrett, no comments received.
And so we'll open the public hearing and see if there are any public comments with our moderator, Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see 2 hands are already raised, but for other folks wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your public comments during this public hearing. The first speaker is Ben Peters, followed by Paul McGavin. So Ben, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Yeah, good evening. A question and then a comment. So I actually have provided a couple verbal comments on the CAPER at previous hearings. I haven't seen those comments reflected in the official report that's agendized. And so the question is verbal feedback incorporated into these reports, or is written comment the only type of comment that is received for these official documents? So that's just a question about procedures for public comment on this item. And then the comment is the city of Danville just approved using these HUD funds to purchase air purifiers for low-income residents as a very effective way to reduce COVID impacts to our economy and our health. And that's something I've made a comment on a number of times. I'm glad to see the city of Danville and other cities are moving forward on it. And I really encourage us as a city to strongly consider using HUD COVID relief dollars to improve indoor air quality of our low-income residents. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Ben. Next speaker is Paul McGavin, and that's currently the last speaker that we have a hand raised for. So Paul, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking. Paul, can you, there you go. It looks like you're unmuted now.
Yes, I'm unmuted. Thank you for the time. So yes, how every community takes care of itself as a whole is really important. And so we're happy to receive HUD funds and to use them in the ways that you've outlined. So that's good. I just want to actually cover a couple of issues that do affect the total community with respect to HUD and some of the protections it offers, along with other federal laws that do the same. Americans with Disabilities Act and the Fair Housing Act. All of these are very important when you look at planning operations for the city. So I do have some area of expertise. You've heard about me for quite some time, and this is applicable in this area as well. And so it turns out that many of the claims that people will make in order to have the placement of wireless telecommunications facilities, they have active ability to move them if in fact it will impact their ability to live there. Now, what we do know is that electromagnetic radiation does suppress immune systems, and that's really important during COVID-19 times. So to the point where San Francisco has decided to power down some of their small cells during this time to give their population the best chance to fight some of these infections. It's also very important during COVID-19 times to be able to do what we can to be safe in every way we can, but it's important to be driven by actual good information that is verifiable. We have to be putting on record that much of the information we have gotten about total deaths from all causes, when you compare them from 2015 every year through 2020, they are the same when you look at deaths per 100,000. That's an odd number when you hear the narrative that this is a massively big problem with a pandemic. The total deaths tell you otherwise. So the only reason they can claim this many COVID deaths is they have miscalculated and mislabeled the total deaths by cause. Clearly, flus kill people every year. So do many other things kill people every year. And as the population ages, you expect more deaths. So we have to understand what the real numbers are and then why case numbers now are going to come down, because the CDC changed how they look at the PCR tests. They removed the number of cycles and now it's down to maybe 30. That's going to automatically make the cases go down. It's not from the vaccine. It's from the CDC change. Everyone should be aware of how the numbers are being gamed to fulfill a narrative that we actually have to face, because when the real information is there, we can make better decisions, such as opening up City Hall so people can do business there. It's unnecessary to keep that closed. There are lots of ways you could stay safe and lots of ways to treat this illness. That's important. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And just in the future, Mr. McGavin, please try to keep your comments more related to the item that we're discussing. I thought that you were going to come back around to it, But next time I'll be sure to pause you if you don't continue on this item. Madam Mayor, that is the last commenter, the last hand we have raised, so I'm turning it back to you.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll close public comment. And there was a question asked about, public comments made, how are they treated in terms of the reports? Does the city attorney or the city manager or the city clerk want to respond to that?
I can respond briefly and then see if anyone has anything to add. Public outreach for the CAPER in particular, any written comments or questions were responded to by staff and included in the report to council, and there were no written comments. The verbal comments made at city council meetings are recorded in the city council minutes, but they were not included with the staff report. I don't know if Eric or anyone else wants to add on to that.
I don't have anything I need to add unless there are further council questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that for Mr. Peters since he did ask. Okay, so with that, I am okay. I see a hand up from Council Member Posake and Council Member Fisher. So Posake.
I believe Fisher was ahead of me.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a note, Jim, on page 17, the table number 6. I think that we want to put in a number for the number of households supported through rental assistance, because that's what we use some of that funding for. I just want you to check that before we send it in.
I will double check that, council member, make sure we have that.
Thank you.
Okay, and Council Member Posake.
Thanks. I had a question on page 9 I'm not sure for who, probably for someone on staff, on the CAPER report, page 9, where starting at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th bullet, it talks about 1.5 million of city in lieu funds for the senior and veterans facility at 951 Petaluma Boulevard South. And I just want to be sure, I have some idea, but I want to be sure the next bullet for the mid-pen housing, it just says the amount of 1.1 million, and the next item for Burbank housing, the 0.9 million. I'm wondering exactly what funds those numbers are coming from, if I could find out.
If I understand all the questions, the city's housing in lieu funds are supporting projects such as been proposed and approved for Mid-Penn, as well as for the project for, I think that's the one you're asking for. The other question
was the next bullet the Burbank
Can you
housing?
repeat the question?
Again,
Burbank as well, the city did. I'm sorry.
Those are all from in lieu funds then, all the
Yeah.
Mid-Penn money and the Burbank money.
Yes, there was a, yes, for those projects initially.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so seeing no other hands up, and your hand is still up, Councilmember Posake.
Sorry.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
So I have a motion from Councilmember King, and was that a second from Councilmember Fisher?
Sure.
Yes. Okay, so with that, we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we will move from public hearings to new business. And again, this is another part of the agenda that we have switched the order of. So we're going to start with item 5B, which is the introduction, first reading of an ordinance approving an amendment to the lease agreement between the city and the 4th District Agricultural Association of the State of California to Petaluma fairgrounds property, extending the lease term by 1 year to December 31st, 2023. And that date was corrected and that was mentioned at the beginning of the meeting. So that will be started. I think our city manager wants to tee that off. And then,
actually, Mayor, I'm gonna have Ingrid Alverde.
Okay, fine.
Start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This item before you, as the Mayor mentioned, is regarding the city's property that is leased to the 4th Agricultural District to be for their use with agricultural education and support programs. And that lease is set to expire on December 31st, 2022. Earlier this year, subcommittees representing both the agricultural district and the city met jointly and discussed options for community participation and planning for the future of the fairgrounds and the property. Staff was planning the next phase of that community outreach, and it was to begin just before the COVID-19 pandemic stay-at-home orders went into effect. And so over that past year, staff pivoted to managing the COVID emergency and subsequent power shutoffs and fires that occurred late last year. The fairgrounds staff also was pivoting, focusing on emergency management projects, and therefore we were unable to restart negotiations and community outreach. Last year, also, when it became clear that the pandemic related to the stay-at-home orders were going to last well into the fall, and that staff from both agencies had been delayed by the additional workload related to the various emergencies, the district requested a 1-year extension to their lease with the city. Staff then met with the council subcommittee that was appointed for the initial phases of the fairground discussions. That subcommittee included Councilmember King, Healy, and McDonald. They discussed the request for the extension, and they directed staff to bring this proposal to the full council for consideration. This extension will allow the project time to catch up with the time lost last year to the pandemic and the various emergencies that demanded so much staff time. Also, this new timing will dovetail well with the kickoff of the general plan and will allow fairgrounds planning to work in alignment with that larger community planning framework. One note I want to make is that the fairgrounds request was a 1-year extension. However, in that request, which was a letter, they incorrectly stated that that 1-year extension would go through December 31st, 2024. And just to clarify, the lease went into effect on January 1, 1973 and would have expired on December 31st, 2022 if it were not extended. Thus, the proposal tonight is a 1-year extension that would go through December 31st, 2023. That concludes my report, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, Councilmember Fisher.
I think, Ingrid, that their letter requested a 2-year extension through 2024. And they requested that in July of last year, according to the staff report in the letter that was attached. I could double check that. But I have a question about the outreach and the committee that was set up, realizing that they only got to meet in January of last year. Is there a plan moving forward over the next few months to get that going again? Or what's the plan, if there is one?
Yeah, so the plan would be we need to restart efforts. We're going to have to re-envision an outreach program that would involve virtual discussions. And we also see that the effort that's going with the general plan and the seating of the committee tonight will also bolster that discussion and give us a framework to work from.
So is it a plan to fold this now, because of the timing of this, to fold the planning of the fairgrounds into the general plan process?
Sorry,
go ahead,
Ingrid. I was just going to say, we see it as an opportunity because we will be talking about zoning and land use, and this actually is even a better opportunity to study the fairgrounds and do that outreach, so we can, what we had intentionally started with last year was going to tee it up for master planning after we did the outreach, this effort will also tee that up nicely.
So it's still the intention to do a master plan for the fairgrounds at the same time we're doing the general plan update? No.
Following it. And we weren't going to be doing the master planning until we had finished doing the outreach initially. So, and I believe I see Heather tuning in. So Heather, would you mind kind of walking through and also talking about the funding that we
Sure.
may-
Sure. So another piece of this is last year when we modified the PDAs, the priority development areas, we established one around the Corona station, and then we modified the downtown, and part of that was to extend up Washington, and actually encompasses the fairground site. And one of the benefits of that is it makes us open to grant funding up to $800,000 per PDA. So notice of funding availability was recently released, and we are working on our letter of interest for that PDA funding. So that would be another, something we are looking into as a way to fund some of that master planning, some of that vision, whether there's aspects of it that, can kind of tee off what's done with the general plan. So there's some things in motion, but we are moving forward with trying to get those funds.
Thank you.
So I can just ask this question of Heather. Any request for those PDA funds is not contingent on whether or not we increase the lease for the fairgrounds.
No, I don't think there would be any.
That's absolutely independent.
Yeah, they're
yes.
separate.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I see a hand from Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was wondering, I had a question about the financial impacts when it says this is not estimated that this extension will yield a cost to the city. And I'm sure it's just that I don't understand how the city looks at this, but it seems like there's at very least an opportunity cost that's being passed by the city in terms of the fact that many of our citizens feel like this is one of our greatest assets as the fairgrounds. Is that something that's just not considered in city reports?
I think it's fair to say that there's an opportunity cost. And I think right now, given the use of the property and the age of the buildings, any lease revenue that's realized really goes into the maintenance and management of the property. So at this point, at best, the property is breaking even, but certainly in the future with a new vision, a master plan, zoning, et cetera, there definitely could be value, but it's hard to estimate what that value would be at this time, given the state of the property and the unknowns with environmental and future planning still yet to come.
Okay.
I'm not seeing another hand up by council members. I'm wondering if anybody from the subcommittee would like to weigh in about how you came to this decision to ask for an extension.
Sure. Anybody can. We haven't met since last January. We've had a pandemic. We had probably 1.5 months to 2 months where people couldn't breathe outside. We've had some other priorities in the city that have taken an enormous amount of time. Policing, race relations, climate. I would say a handful of, let's call them, time-consuming projects. And in order to properly do what the subcommittee, along with the subcommittee for the fairgrounds to do, we need to meet with them again. We haven't, the staff hasn't had the time, quite frankly, given, and that's probably a short list of what's been going on. So in order to comply with what we had set up back in probably the end of 2019, we thought it was fair to give one more year because we basically didn't have a year to work with them. So I don't know if anybody else has any other thoughts on that, but those are my general thoughts on why I'm supporting it.
Okay, so I see both Councilmember McDonald and Councilmember Healy have their hand up. So McDonald first, Healy second.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, two parts here. One is, the fair asked for an extension, and for my part, it's kind of an opportunity on the city side. We promised a robust public engagement on this, and we figured a timeline, and now that timeline is shortened unless there's an extension, and having that public conversation is hugely important. Second half of the opportunity thing is the timing, as was stated by staff, that it goes into the general plan. I think when we do the plan housing element, which is the first part, which is going to happen, shorter than the whole general plan, the housing element, we're going to look around the city and make concessions to sea level rising and retreat from floodlands and things like that. We will find that there's very little housing left, and our RENA numbers are soaring. There's going to be tremendous pressure to do something really positive on the fairgrounds, and I don't know how it's going to turn out or look yet, but certainly huge pressure for housing in the city, and limited opportunities, and the housing we need the most, the affordable, which makes sense. The city, the state has asked us to look at all city-owned lands for affordable housings, and so I think there's going to be a lot of dovetailing here. The whole problem is trying to have all the parties come to the table and get it right. And so, I agree with Councilmember Bozick. There's an opportunity cost. Like if we just started putting revenue-producing business or housing on that property this year, we'd have revenue right away. The unfortunate part is if you go too fast and get it wrong, then it's not the revenue and it's not the opportunity you want. You want the right thing to happen the right way, and that means getting in front of the public and letting the opportunities all fill themselves out. So 1 year in our timeline for all our crises. Everything that we added to the council agenda, this staff agenda especially, has had the word emergency or crisis tag to it. The climate effort that we've done, other things that in the Black Lives Matter movement that's happened, the COVID that's hammered on us. I think this has been prioritized right to not be at the top of the staff's agenda when they had all those other things to do. Council can bandwidth. We've asked an awful lot of staff this year. I think it's the right to do to stretch this opportunity out. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. I'll just briefly say that I agree with the points made by council members McDonald and King, and also by staff. And, we've essentially lost a year off of the process here, and it was supposed to be heavy on public engagement. But we haven't entirely lost the year. We have a phase 1 environmental assessment that is essentially done at this point. And I would ask staff to confirm that we're moving forward on the phase 2 environmental assessment. That's going to be very important information for the city, the Fair Board, and the public to have as we move into more serious discussions. Because in Rumsfeldian terms, we have a known unknown out there in terms of the environmental challenges going on. Thank you.
Okay, so, all right. So right now we're just asking questions about the staff report. We're going to leave comments until after public comment. But so are there other questions? I see. Okay, your hand is back up. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And I apologize if this is all my inexperience, but I just wonder if the city would have more leverage as time goes by. And again, I'm not trying to rush this. I do want a robust public outreach, but what if the city would have more leverage by doing some kind of month-to-month extension as opposed to a year at a time? Just a question for staff. Just if the
I think that's a good question. I think the Fair Board, there's a lot of anxiety about the future. One of the primary principles was to maintain the viability of our fair, and it gets more and more challenging as the lease term gets shorter. So once you go to a month-to-month, they get challenged in terms of their financing and their ability to maintain the land. They would really like to partner with us to come up with a a shared agreement that makes sense for all parties, and that would be our goal as well. So it could definitely bring leverage, but it also could build anxiety into the discussions and possibly, make the community engagement that much more challenging.
Thank you.
Okay, so I do have a question about, I understand how taxed our staff has been, and I do see our city manager's hand is up, so I will call on you next. But I do understand how taxed our city staff has been, and I don't underestimate it, and I think Councilmember King made a very good synopsis of it. But I'm wondering whether any time since last January has the Fair Board offered any, have they done anything to move this discussion forward? They did not put on a fair last year because of COVID. And so I'm just wondering, I don't think that the city is the only, this is a partnership that we're working together on. And I'm just wondering what the Fair Board has done in this last year, actually, to move this item down the line, because, we're not the ones that are supposed to come up with the solution. We're supposed to be doing this in partnership. And I'm just wondering what was the input from the Fair Board since last January.
Mayor, I can start to answer that, and I see Allison Keeney, the CEO of the Sonoma Marin Fair grounds, in the audience, and I would also ask if she could speak to that. I do know that COVID has impacted their employees, and I believe that Allison is if it's not just her, it may be just her and someone else. They have been modifying the leases. We know that there are lessees. So to Councilmember Posaka's question about impacts, there are leases on the fairgrounds, such as Live Oak Charter School and others that rely on that certainty. So if we're truncating that, they need to know ASAP. But I would say that the fairgrounds has been focused on housing our evacuees, responding to a variety of needs for our community during this emergency. And I don't think they've had the bandwidth either, but I would ask that Allison come up and speak to us as well.
Okay, but I also just want to correct something. We're not truncating anything here. The question is being asked to extend it, not to truncate.
Correct. And I would just say that this has been a very unusual year for all of us. So
I agree. I agree with that. But, I know our city has done an amazing amount of work under these very extraordinary circumstances and has made many accomplishments. And so, and I know that the Fair Board had to, or the Fair employees had to respond to the COVID evacuees, but that was not the majority even of the 12 months that this discussion has not been taking place, or this ball has not been moved down the line. So I see Councilmember Fisher has her hand up, and then if no one else has a question, we will go to public comment.
Yeah, this question came to mind when Peggy was talking. So, I know that this lease is 50 years old, and I don't know that much about it. So, just a quick question: you said that the leases, the other space that they lease on the site. So, we get $1 from the Fair Board, and we have been for 50 years, and they have total control over the 55 acres. So they control all the leases, they control all the maintenance, they control. Is that true?
That's correct.
That's correct.
For that dollar, that we get, they also assume all the liability of the infrastructure there.
Okay. And right now, their lease now, with all the dates that got corrected in the staff report, I'm understanding that their lease now expires the end of 2022. So essentially 2 years from now.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So,
Madam Mayor, I was just going to say I promoted Allison Keeney to a panelist if she would like to respond to the city manager's request that she addressed with her
I think
staff.
that would be very good to hear from Ms. Keeney. Thank you. Go ahead now.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for reaching out. I want to just reiterate to what our council members have said, and that is, while we also wait this year, we agree that the robust community process here is something that our committee was just as excited to be a part of, and we've been in touch with the city manager, to check in periodically. Where are we at? What's happening next? What can we do? Because the WID program, the way that the input was designed, really went away when shelter in place, our first shelter in place took place. The other thing is we've been very, very busy. We had, certainly had to cut back on our staff because our revenue just about disappeared. We actually did have a fair. It didn't involve opening the gates, but we had 2,000 entries and we kept our exhibits program intact because promoting agriculture and the accomplishments of our residents, especially the youth, still is important, is still part of the mission. So we were able to continue to do that. We do have 11 tenants on the property who we're trying to manage and spend a great deal of time helping them re-engage their businesses, decipher the county guidelines, business guidelines, make sure that they have in place what they need to reopen. And then we've made available all kinds of community outreach efforts. So we've got 2 COVID testing sites on the property now. The food bank is with us every Friday. We have live scan medical screening coming in next month. We've been doing blood drives. So we're not doing quinceañeras and weddings, but we're doing an awful lot with fewer people, just like you. Our evacuation efforts, we were actually open and active for 8 out of 11 weeks. So while congregate shelters and COVID shelters are taking place, we're also taking care of the area's livestock. So it's been a busy year for us too. And we can't wait to re-engage the public and bring the communities back together and have a good discussion about the future.
Thank you very much. Okay, so with this, we will go to public comment, and I will ask our city clerk if she's received any public comment on this item.
Mayor Barrett, 2 public comments were received prior to the meeting. They're both posted to the website with the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And I will go to our moderator to open public comment if there's anyone in attendance who would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one hand raised already, but I'll just put the call out that members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. I'll share my screen with the timer. And our first speaker is Amber Sobosai, and I will unmute you and allow you to speak. Amber, are you there? Amber, I'm not seeing you unmute yourself.
Hi, sorry. This is Erin Shimoleski using someone else's Zoom. Apologies. So I want to say thank you, Delinda, for bringing up outline and outreach conversation for the fairgrounds. And I did just want to put out there, just wondering about the financials and the transparency that will be taking place. Is there anything out there already that we have, or is there a plan to give that out to us so we can have a little bit more of that background? And then wondering about, the benefits of just doing a CAC for this. And I hear like doing it after the general, the GPAC, but I just wanted to encourage that we do have a separate CAC for this. I think it would be a vital, transparent, community-led thing, and just encouraging that. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Erin. Next speaker is Josh Simmons. You may unmute yourself and begin speaking, Josh.
Hi, thank you so much. I'll just keep this really brief. Of course, the fairgrounds is such an essential piece of infrastructure for the community culturally and in emergencies. So I think this is, I'm glad to hear people talk about this as an opportunity to really think hard about what it can be for our community. I just want to second the previous commenter's suggestion of having a dedicated community body to look at this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Josh. The next speaker is Blake Hooper. Blake, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
I wanted to thank city staff for everything that they're doing. I know this year has just been a barrage of emergencies for everyone, especially all of you. And I also wanted to, I guess, third the comment that had already been made about kind of really building out a CAC or a more community-led process that has a little more transparency engagement. And just to forgive my ignorance a little bit, but as an observer, it just seems as though this is a proposal to provide a year extension for a lease that expires at the end of 2022. Now, I understand that there is an issue of providing certainty for everybody who's essentially leased on that land, and that makes a lot of sense. And I have no doubt that they're in need of help. But I also would like to acknowledge that a lot of other processes in the city and the county and elsewhere have been able to move forward digitally and online through Zoom and other mediums, or at least have some progress. So I would just ask that before this is passed, that one, there'd be a discussion as to what that community-led process could look like, and two, that that there would also be some kind of proposal provided so the public would at least be able to have a little bit of confidence in that a year extension would be able to make an impact in the process that we've already lost. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Blake. And I see no other hands raised, so Madam Mayor, it's back to you.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to the council for conversation. I'd like to kick this off in that, you know, historically, this has been known as the worst contract the city has ever entered into. And in fact, the city tried to get out of it at one point and couldn't. $1 a year for what is the geographic heart of our city may have made sense 50 years ago, but because it wasn't the geographic heart of our city at that point. But times have changed, and times have really changed this past year. And we, you know, I am not convinced that extending a lease for $1 a year, which ties the city's hands, is in any way advantageous to the city. I would argue that there is absolutely no disadvantage to letting the lease go till the end of its natural term, or its legal term, actually, and then continuing this discussion with the city being the owner of the property and in control of the property. You know, there's no, we can extend the leases for any of the lessees that we want to have on there. We can give them the stability that they may be concerned about. But I will remind everybody that all of those lessees signed their leases knowing that the contract ended at the end of 2022. This is no surprise to anybody. So, you know, and I also would argue that, you know, I don't think the only opportunity cost is to make a bad building decision at the fairgrounds and because you haven't waited long enough to make the right decision because you have enough input. I think what we don't want to do is at the end of 2022, find ourselves in a situation where we're really not any closer to a decision. And I think having a deadline motivates the fair board and the fair employees to be more deliberate in their decision making. I don't think it is right to think that the city is the one that should be making all the decisions and doing everything. Where's the Fair Board's advocacy in this? You know, I myself was lobbied by many people from the Fair Board. I think practically all of them over a number of years. And I am in total agreement that we should have some fair there, and we should make that a very viable thing every year. I love to see a center for agriculture, and especially local organic agriculture, sustainable agriculture. But I don't think any of that goes away when the lease ends. The city is just in control of that property and, you know, can really make the decisions that best serve our city. I just don't see how another year and $1 a year is in our city's interest. And I don't see how it in any way makes us be able to make, you know, to have more control over where we're going, you know, or how we have this city, you know, the discussion in the community. We have 24 months to have this discussion in the community. I think we can, you know, as I pointed out earlier, there's no impact with us, with the lease ending on PDA grants. There's no impact on the general plan plans if we own the property, except perhaps there are some positive impacts in that we have direct control over what we're talking about. It doesn't mean any lease has to end. It doesn't mean the fair has to end. It means that we, the landlord, we, the community's representatives, have control over that property. And I do think that, you know, if we really are talking about dealing with climate emergencies and dealing with affordable housing, that it, you know, as I boringly say all the time, I don't want to just check the box and say, oh, I voted for that, I was in favor of that. I want to say I supported the policies that would make that happen. And in making that, we're going to make that happen because that is the area where we have geographically acceptable and actually desirable place for affordable housing, for transit-oriented development, for a fair for our community. We have so many opportunities on that land, and the sooner we have control to make that, or we can bring the Fair Board along with us. But I'm not seeing any advantage to extending this lease for 12 months and $1. So Councilmember Fisher has her hand up.
I do. I just wanted, for the benefit of the community and the speakers, this 3-member council ad hoc committee that was intended to work with the Fair Board, 3 members of the Fair Board, was chosen over a year ago. And the idea of this ad hoc committee, and correct me if I'm not remembering correctly, was to come up with a process for how we would determine what the future of the fairground would be. So this was just a preliminary group to get together to say, okay, what does that community outreach look? What do we need to do to be able to then move forward with the planning? It wasn't even actually for the planning process, is my understanding. And so I believe that we still have 2 years, we still have 24 months to get the work done. I absolutely agree that I think it would actually be fiscally irresponsible to say to the Fair Board, you can have this property again for another year for just $1. I think it's much more valuable than that. And I agree that I think we should have control of it. And I don't want to tie the hands of the next council. You know, in 2 years, who knows who's going to be sitting up here. And we will have essentially said, you don't have any option. We've already made it for you. And, you know, we don't have to do this tonight. We can do it a year from now if we decide that we need another year in another year. So I'm not going to be supporting this. And I think those were all the comments I wanted to make. And I do think it's really important to fold this up into the general planning process. And again, that's going to be happening over the next 2 years. And this is what we're going to be doing. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Okay, I see Mr. King's hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know where this is going to go tonight. We have, the subcommittee was put together, if I'm correct, about 14 or so months ago. And the idea was to set up a process. We did have, to respond to some of the public comment, we did have a joint meeting with the ad hoc committee from the Fair Board. It was a public meeting. It was attended, it was on a Friday morning. It was attended by easily over 100 people. And there was pretty broad-based interest in trying to come up with a process that allows the fair to continue to exist, preferably from their perspective on the property, and for the city to probably take back some of the land. And it's going to be a multi-step, many-year process. So when this was brought to our subcommittee to consider, it seemed to me that the fact that we have not been able to follow up in the past year, in the sense of fairness to the fair, as well as what I also think is in the best interest of the city, I supported this. I continue to support it. I don't know if it's going to pass tonight, but I mean, I agree. It is a valuable asset, and there is a lot of community input that needs to be had about this. And it's not going to happen as quickly as the next 2 to 3 to 4 or 5 years. It's going to take a while. And there are some other complex environmental issues, to say one, on the property as well. So I would like the process to continue. And so I'd be supporting the item. I'm not going to move it till I hear other comments. I'm not sure where everybody is exactly. So thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm getting used to my new device here. Vice Mayor Posake had his hand. No, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Barnacle had his hand up. And then Councilmember Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what I'm struggling with on this particular item is that I'm concerned that we're pushing it out. Like, one, I want to have a genuine public process where people can be heard and where we can envision what this means to the community into the future. I think I might be the only one who's ever exhibited something at the fair. And Kevin, you too? Great. Well, it means a lot, and it's awesome that the fair continued to have exhibitions this year, because so many people work on those things. You know, it's a year's worth of work and life lessons learned and things like that. So I'm a huge advocate for the fair as a community resource. What I'm concerned about in extending the lease is that we're going to go through our general plan process, and our housing element's going to go through, and there's going to be this big block of housing put there to support our RHNA numbers. And we don't have a vision for what the site is as a community resource. And I agree, there's a lot of things that make it attractive for housing right next to the smart station, right next to retail, and the grocery and things like that. This is, to quote Rob Conklin, this is our Central Park. And it doesn't look like it right now, but I really want us to envision it that way. And it can have housing, but I'm just concerned about extending the lease beyond the general plan and us not having a vision for it, and us forcing something into a place where we limit what the vision could be. You know, that's what concerns me. But at the same time, I'm not ready. I don't think I'm ready to force a public process on this to something that's really negative as in terms of outcomes. So maybe this is more of a question, but what is the plan to get the public process back started And is 1 year going to even be enough? And what would our public process look like if we didn't extend the lease? Because we'd probably have to, kick that into high gear. So what I don't understand is what does it look like with and without? And maybe I should have asked this before, but I was still trying to wrap my head around what my issues were. But I don't understand what this looks like, whether we approve or deny this.
Thank you for that. And let's just go through questions, and then maybe an answer will emerge to that, but we'll certainly come back and address that. Councilmember Posake. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Healy had his hand up first, and then Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I supported the committee's recommendation just on, just kind of fairness grounds, but I'm not really wedded to it. To my mind, the key overriding issue in terms of our conversations with the Fair District really need to be on governance issues, whether it continues to make sense for the community to have a large city-owned parcel in the middle of town governed by a board appointed by the governor, as opposed to our Park and Rec Commission or a Fair Commission appointed by the City Council. I'm skeptical that whether we have 2 years or 3 years, once we get into the design charrette type process, that we're going to come to closure that everyone's going to be comfortable with in the community. I do recall the HUD process 15 or 20 years ago, and watched the wheels fly off of that. So I'm happy to go with the consensus on the council on this. And if the council doesn't want to extend for another year, that's fine with me. It just realized that that's going to mean that we're going to have a more compressed process, and it's going to be more, it's going to be shoving another top priority onto staff's already overloaded plate. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Posake, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Yes, based on the concerns that I had to begin with and listening to the other comments and discussion, it's very difficult for me to support this tonight. I do not fully understand why we can't proceed on the same timeline either way, and with the city in control of the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. Councilman Vice Mayor Barnacle, makes a good point. What's the process going to look like? And I think that's important to think about, because as we go into the housing element and into the general plan effort, what we'll see there is a broad stroke of what happens with the fair. And then there'll still need to be something after that time for the specifics of what happens on the property. But just even getting to the idea that the fair is not the whole of the property is a key issue, and a difficult one to come to conclusion on. And no matter what we select, the build out of that property is years and years away. So, I mean, we're not in imminent risk of losing the fair, even if they run out of contract in 2 years, because the city extend it. My positivity on extending a lease had to do with my view of negotiations. If you can either put your negotiating partners back to the wall for one effect, or you can collaborate and try and see their needs. With different partners and different situations, each is correct. I go into these thinking that, if someone tells me that's the kind of thing they need, I tend to try and give it to them, especially if there's no loss on our side. The mayor has a longer track record on this, and has expressed her lack of trust in a good outcome at a good time. And for that, my need to see this pass is not great either. If we think that we have a better plan, we should follow a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to jump in here to just say, in response to the vice mayor's question, what's the change in the process with or without the lease extension? And I would argue basically none. I really think there is absolutely no change in how we move this forward. I am not interested in fast tracking this decision about what's going to happen on the fairground property, because I think our staff is working way too hard. And I think that we need to actually respect what they're doing and let them go forward. And we have already given them so much to do, and they have responded superbly. But I think what we need to do is just, and it's not a question of backing, negotiating with someone tough or negotiating easy. It's a question of negotiating fairly. We are the fiduciaries for the people of Petaluma and for the city of Petaluma. It is our responsibility to always take the position that keeps the city in the best financial position. And I do not believe that what has happened on that fairground, and Councilmember King alluded to it, and actually so did Councilmember Healy with the environmental studies that have been going on there. There is work that needs to be done there, and we may need to make sure that that it doesn't get worse. And if the fair board or the fair employees don't have the bandwidth to do it, now, why will they with 1 year extension? Who's going to look at that as a career that they want to be getting into? That's not that. I don't see that as a solution, but I don't see not voting for the extension as a problem either. I really feel that it is just being responsible to our city community and responsible fiduciaries. So I'm going to call on the vice mayor and then Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really conflicted by this because I hear what you said of we don't want to rush this process. I don't want to rush this process. I am concerned that simply reconstituting the ad hoc as it currently was, and thank you to Councilmember Fisher for clarifying that the intent of the ad hoc was to decide how we were going to do public engagement for our Central Park. But I also feel like if we let this run out, it's going to be, I'm concerned that if we let this run out, that the process of displaying agriculture in our community every year and celebrating our roots is going to run out. And that's a real concern to me, because this is the public engagement process for the fair. It means so much to so many people. And if the fair stops happening at this location, we lose a little bit of our soul. And I'm not sure that the agriculture community whether we can restart it if we let it die. And that's something that's concerning to me. I'm not sure that 1 year is enough to address this issue. And I totally agree that staff is way overburdened right now, and this shouldn't be their priority. The amendment that narrowed it down to another year, I guess I just feel like we're just tying our hands, and there's a part of me that feels like if we don't support this tonight, that we're knowingly running the fair out of town And if we do support this tonight, we're not we don't really have a plan for getting ourselves to keeping the fair either, you know. So I guess you know, I'm just dismayed by where we are in our relationship with the fair and where we are in planning for the future of the fair. And this is something that just really is frustrating to me. And I honestly, I don't even know how I'll vote on it still. I'd like to hear from staff what the plan is, assuming we extend it or assuming we don't. And I recognizing that I don't think this should necessarily be a priority. I'm just really sort of dismayed because I just feel like this, you know, like pulling off the wound on basically killing our fair. That's what it feels like to me.
So Council Member Fisher has her hand up after you, Vice Mayor, and then the city manager has her hand up. And so perhaps she will answer your question at that point.
Well, actually, I was going to go ahead and make a motion. Not quite sure what that is, because I wouldn't make a motion to approve the amendment to the lease. And so therefore, I don't know that we would need a motion not to approve it. And perhaps that's the motion. So let me make that and see if there's a second for it, that we do not extend the lease at this time, that we revisit it in another year. We look at what's happened in the last 12 months. Nobody anticipated this was going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen over the next 12 months. And so that's my motion. No, look for a second.
Okay, so before we get a second, let's hear from the city manager and then we'll go forward.
Thank you. And thank you all for your thoughtful comments. This is a tough decision. And we went into this building a relationship with the fair, knowing that the fair, to be financially viable, they are reliant on the leases that exist on the fairgrounds, which has been impacted this past year to COVID. So if we want our fair to be viable, it's either allowing them to continue for another year or cutting them off. So that is an unintended consequence. I know that they have to plan a year in advance with the state. So there's that. Our outreach would not change. Our outreach would be the same either way. We actually have the general plan, which, as Councilmember Fisher mentioned, it's a great opportunity for us. As a matter of fact, we had started it early, and then we had wished that we had waited for the general plan, but we felt it was so important to start that process with the community and for certainty for the fair, because they have to figure out a different way to raise funds for the fair. Because the fair doesn't raise enough money from their 5-day event to put the fair on, so they're heavily reliant on those leases. I would also say that if we decide to cancel that lease at 2022, then the staff has to assume the management of that property, and that's significant. There is an infrastructure there now. I can't tell you how helpful it's been to have Allison there during our emergencies. She knows that property like the back of her hand, and it's been super helpful. It's been a huge benefit to us to be able to utilize the fairgrounds for things that our community needs, for evacuations, for testing site. And sure, the city could do that, but we've got, as you all have acknowledged tonight, we got a lot of stuff on our plate, and having the fair as a ready and willing partner has been invaluable. I don't think 1 year is going to be a lost opportunity. I think that we've got a lot of planning to do. We know that our general plan is going to take at least 2 years. I don't know about many of you, but most general plans take a little longer than 2 years. And I assume that this one is probably going to be no different, because we have an engaged community and we want to do this right. So with that, I'm still here to answer questions. I can't give you details on what outreach will look like, but I don't think it'll be different. We just have the general plan that we can piggyback on, which is a wonderful thing. And it's just some unintended consequences to think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to jump in again and just say that, you know, just not extending the lease, we're not terminating the lease is running out, but not extending it, I do not think means ending the fair. I think that that is a misrepresentation. I think that we can actually just continue to have an agreement with the fair that they continue to do what they're doing, and you know they're you know if we hire them to do the management at the fairground, they would be getting you know the income from the you know the leases they have. There doesn't have to be any kind of change in terms of how things go on, including a fair at the fairgrounds. I think that is in everybody's idea of no matter how we reuse that land, we want to keep a fair at that fairground. I mean, no one is talking about that. But, you know, the advantage is that we now have governance of that property. And we then control the timeline as things evolve. Because if I've heard it once, I've heard it 4 times tonight, that no one knows what's going to happen. And so it's very difficult, you know, to predict. So, because we certainly didn't predict this. But with that, I will second the motion that is on the table, and then I'll call on Councilmember King and Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I'm looking at all my levers here. I have a question really for the city attorney, in that whether we need a motion. I mean, I'm counting the numbers here, and it doesn't sound like the extension is going to pass. And I'm not going to try to convince anybody to change their thoughts. You know, the city staff came to the subcommittee and suggested this. I've observed what's gone on in the last year, both with respect to the fairgrounds and our city staff and the timing of this. I really don't think, quite frankly, this changes our leverage at all, one way or the other. I don't think it's all that material in that regard. The city is going to have to examine governance, and that is a very important, I think, initial step. And that's why I support this. I think I agree with the mayor. We do have a fiduciary duty, and I guess it's a question of whether we're going to gain something more by ending the lease a year earlier rather than a year later. And I'm hard pressed to think anything that we're going to gain in that 1 year, other than that we get to manage, control something that at a minimum is going to have some liabilities. So, and just the converse of that, to support the mayor's point, I don't think it's going to matter in the 4th year either. I think it's going to be the same set of circumstances. But I don't think we have the numbers to extend this lease, unless I'm mishearing everybody. So the question I have for the city attorney is there a motion, or do we just go around and say, this is what I would have, I think we already have done it. This is what I would have done. This is what I have not done. So if we need a motion, then we do.
So Madam Mayor and council members,
Yes.
In response to Councilmember King, the council doesn't, I mean, there is a motion and there's a second, and there's discussion happening right now, and that's all quite proper. And it's not that the council needs a motion to not approve this action. They could take no action. If that motion failed and no other motions passed, the result would be the same. It's sort of it's almost like a stylistic question. This motion has been made, especially if it ends up getting a majority of the council to support it, to me is a sort of a statement to indicate that the presence of the majority is to not to do this right now. It doesn't bar the council from reconsidering the action later if it wants. It doesn't, as many members have pointed out, there's a lot to be done in the time frame. Absent some kind of change, as we've discussed, and as the staff report makes clear, the current lease will expire of its own accord. without further action. And then what will happen then is that the city will, if nothing else happened, the city would continue to be the fee owner of the property, no longer subject to the lease. So, that's a whole big universe of other potential questions, but hopefully that answers Councilmember King's immediate question. If there are further ones, I'd be happy to address them.
It
Did
does.
that
Thank
answer your
you.
question?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Healy.
I'm done.
Oh, I thought you had your hand up. Okay. All right, so I guess then the maker of the motion, if you would want to withdraw your motion and have no action, that's an option, or you can continue asking for a vote.
Actually, let me change my
Oh,
motion.
I'm sorry.
See if
Okay.
you support that, and I would change the motion to say, let's take no action this evening.
So, well, I don't know that we need a motion to take no action. I mean, that's just not acting.
Right. You really don't, unless you may, but you really don't need a motion to do that. But Madam Mayor, I wanted to point out that the Vice Mayor's hand is up.
Yes, I did just see him. But okay, some of these backgrounds do not lend themselves to my seeing it, seeing that yellow hand up right in the corner. So I'm sorry about that. So let Councilmember Fisher. So do you want to withdraw the motion? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
If there's no action, so I will withdraw the second. You want to withdraw the motion? Okay. So Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I will change my psychedelic background on that note.
Yours isn't the worst.
I'm not sure that I don't support this. I guess I don't want to take no action here. I want to at least, if we're knowingly going to be letting this run out, then we should be thinking about what the governance structure is beyond it. And maybe as part of a future consideration would be, what is the actual cost of the city taking it over? Because I think Councilmember King makes a good point that it's not a slam dunk that this is an easy piece of property. I mean, it's an old piece of property, and it's an important piece of property that it remains functional. And then it doesn't fall into to a place where we can't take hundreds of refugees, or evacuees, let's call them, right? We have to keep it functional. And I don't, if the city staff if we don't have the staff, or if our staff would be better used on writing better housing policy or better parking policies or things like that, then I want to know, I think that it's important that we look at that. So I'm fine taking no action tonight, but I think it's something that, I don't want to revisit this in a year and say, let's do it again. We need to understand what the actual cost is of managing it and how the city would even do it, because this is it's such an important resource, not just for our city, but for the larger Sonoma County community, that if we're going to take no action, we should at least probably provide some direction that over the next 6 months, we figure out what the governance structure would be in the event that the lease runs out, how much it's going to cost the city, because it might be in our financial interest from a resilience standpoint to actually keep it at a $1 a year lease with the fair board operating it, and it remaining a facility that our community can use. I just want to be eyes wide open about all that stuff. So I guess I just don't feel like I have all the information yet that I need to really know.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if our city manager's hand is still up or
Yes,
up
it is.
again.
Yes, it
Or
is.
it's up again.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. All right.
Still
So
up.
city manager, and then Councilmember Posake.
So with Allison Keeney here, rather than having what I said earlier be maybe more clarified and better stated, I think Allison can speak better to their reliance on those leases and the cost of maintaining that property. And I don't know, Allison, I hate to put you on the spot, but I don't want to misrepresent anything. So
No, that's just fine. Oh gosh, my camera, it's too dark in here. Yeah, so let me just start by saying that the fair, sorry, I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. The fair actually breaks even. So we put together the fair, and the fair is responsible for absorbing a great deal of the staff overhead, but the fair, in order to put the fair on for the community, the rest of the income generated across the property through both permanent and interim events is very, very important. And being a state entity, we have all kinds of other expenses involving CalPERS, and everything that goes with hiring and maintaining state employees. Certainly the maintenance of the grounds is expensive, and there are large projects. We have utilized state funds and applied for grants that have enabled us to improve the sewer system and improve the electrical, you know, to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars just over the last 5 years. And so those are expenses that the city hasn't had to absorb. So while there is rent paid of $1, there are opportunity costs to the city's advantage that the city hasn't had to put forth. So the fair could continue. The fair will look very, very different. It will have to. The other challenge we have, so let's just talk about the long-term tenants. If you know, and I'll be honest, it's the long-term tenants, and most specifically the schools, that really make us think strongly about this one-year extension. To move a K-8 school takes a lot of time and energy. And so Live Oak Charter is very concerned about what their relationship might be like with the city should everything transition to, and I know we need to talk about governance. There's several governance models we can explore that have happened at fairgrounds across the state. But Live Oak is wondering right now, should they start looking for a new location? Because it will take a very, very long time. And on top of managing their students in a COVID environment with the families, you know, they're wondering, like city staff, is that one more thing that they can layer on top of their faculty and staff? The other thing I wanted to just clarify for some of the newer council members is, while the property, the land that the fairgrounds operates on belongs to the city, the buildings actually belong to the state of California. And so we're going to have to figure out how we work through the handing over of the buildings, or how the ownership and management of the buildings, working with the Department of you know, DGS, how that's going to work out. So it's not undoable, it's not impossible, but it is gonna take some time. And all of us have been working very, very hard at taking care of our community. You know, we have tried to be the community gathering place and provide something fun, something helpful. And you know, our interim and permanent tenants enable us to do that for the community as well. That's how we can do it. So, and I'm happy, if it's appropriate, to answer questions if anybody has them.
Thank you. I was almost going to ask you to be sure to stay on, but I saw that you did stay on in case there were other questions. So thank you for offering that.
Certainly.
So Dennis, did you have your hand up, or did you're on mute? Dennis, you're on mute.
I put it down and then back up, and I don't know if someone got ahead of me.
No, it's you.
I just wanted to be clear with Dr. Keeney about at the present time, the budget, the revenues and expenses are equal, and that includes all expenses for the fair and maintenance and all income from the different tenants. Do I have that correct?
Is your question, is the budget today balanced?
Yes, or this on a yearly basis, is it balanced amongst those?
The fair budget is balanced on a yearly basis. You know, the other The other components, it depends. We actually have, I've only been running the fair for 3 years in March. So if I look back, we probably have gone from losing $100,000 to $150,000 to actually showing just about breaking even in 2020 because we got rid of so many staff.
Okay.
Okay,
It's not a lucrative operation to run a fairgrounds.
thank you. Did you have any other question or comment, council member? No.
No.
Okay, so Vice Mayor and then Council Member Healy.
So, it feels like there's a couple of things that we need to still figure out. One is, what is the participation, community engagement process? And that we don't want to rush that. But the other thing that probably does need to happen, let's say in the next 6 months, because as Dr. Keeney said, for example, the school needs to have certainty. The kids need to have a place to go to school. Is we need to figure out if we're going to transition the governance and then what that looks like. And I think that needs to be thought about from a fiscal, a lot of people have mentioned the fiscal responsibility that goes into having a $1 a year lease, but I'm saying I don't, what are the upcoming maintenance things that are coming too that we're not aware of because we haven't been managing the property. So I think that in order to make a wise decision on this, we should probably think about what the transition plan would look like and how much of our Measure U funds are going to go to maintaining infrastructure that's deteriorating or something. And maybe that's not the case. I just, so I'm fine with no action tonight, but I want to make sure that we are preparing for it, because what I'm really, like I said earlier, I'm concerned that we don't have a transition plan for the governance structure. We don't have a plan right now for the community participation process. And it's not a matter of the shortcomings of what's gone on this year. It's the shortcomings of what's gone on over the last decade. And
Yes.
And so that's my proposal tonight. It's not really a motion, but it's just, we need to figure out what the future of the fair is going to be if the lease doesn't continue, or we come back with another 2 or, longer year lease if we determine that it's not a financially wise decision for the city to take it over.
So
Does that make sense? And maybe Peggy can help with some of that. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to overload staff. I'm just trying to be eyes wide open that there's going to be a cost and a time burden for staff just to take this over.
So Vice Mayor,
Right?
let's just ask questions and then we'll go through the rest of the people who want to speak. And then if staff wants to weigh in, we'll ask staff to weigh in. Okay? Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So, with respect to the buildings that the Fair District has put on the property over the last 50 or 80 years, there's a pretty settled body of law around fixtures on leased property and how those got dealt with when a lease terminates. So I don't really think that's going to be much of an issue. And then I would say with respect to the school, I'd be prepared to have city staff reach out to the school administration to reassure them that they would be able to stay there for some period of time, even if the city does exercise control at the end of the current lease term, so that they're not worried about that, and we can move forward that way. I don't want them to be scrambling around looking at something, but I don't think we need to extend the fair lease in order to satisfy the school's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I do concur with the mayor's point that there's anticipation that the fair will be there and that there'll be some property for the fair. And I think it's important that the negotiations continue and that that committee of both the fair and the city continue. But what we're looking at with the general plan is where a forum where the fair doesn't have a seat at the table. And if we extend that out to the Citizens Advisory Committee or other groups that look at the fairgrounds, it's a time when the fair won't have a specific seat at the table. And I do think the first thing that comes out of the gates is the housing element, where we will focus on needs for housing at that location. So it's an interesting two-track conversation. Does the track where the fair is at the table negotiating a continued property have to be on the same timeline as what the city wants to see for the balance of the property? And, you know, what is the conversation that needs to be had between those? Is it the size of each shared use, or is it the orientation, the layout? There's a lot of specific details. And the fair will, if the fair knows a land and a land size and an orientation on the facility, then it can proceed with its plans. And if the city knows what's it's receiving for its beneficial use here, it can proceed. Well, the city can't really tell the fair what it wants till after the city has talked to its own general planning and citizens groups and comes back to the table at the fair and says, well, we really rather that you were oriented along Payran rather than along Washington, or vice versa, or, you know, any of the orientations. So it's tricky as to who goes first and how it's sorted. So I can understand the vice mayor's concern over process here. I share that concern.
Okay, so Vice Mayor, do you have your hand up again? No, okay. So does staff want to weigh in at all on this? Because what I'm getting is a consensus of no action on this item, but with direction to staff to work with the fair board, which I can't imagine we wouldn't, because we have this committee that we're working together on to discuss what the process is going to be going forward for the fairground. And that seems like we don't need to invent another committee. This group is doing the process, but that process should include looking at what kind of transitions need to be included in any discussion that's going forward. Is there anything else that people feel we need to add to that? And Vice Mayor, I just can't tell if your hand is up and up again or still up.
I want to hear from staff, but I also have one final comment to just layer on.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing anyone from staff raise their hands, so I don't know that staff is needing to weigh in on this. I think they're willing just to hear us give our direction and then go forward. So if you have something to say, now would be the time.
Yeah, my comments, I guess, is to Councilmember McDonald, Healy, and King, and if there's any interest in making an open seat, like I said, the fair is really near and dear to my heart, and I'd be happy to step up and shell out the extra time to commit myself to the process. So, thank you.
Okay, so thank you. This has been a very interesting discussion on something, you know, we had no idea where this was going to go, and it looks like we're going to let it continue as it is. So thank you to everybody for participating, and Dr. Keeney, thank you so much for jumping in at the last minute. I can't imagine how awkward that must feel, but thank you. We really appreciate hearing from you. Okay, so now we are going to go on to item 5C, which is the resolution establishing Measure U Oversight Committee. And this is Assistant City Manager Brian Cochran.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. We're happy to be before you tonight with an important next step in our implementation of the new Measure U sales tax, or transactions and use tax, that was approved by the voters on November 3rd. And that encompasses the establishment of an oversight committee, which was one of the accountability measures that was built into the ordinance establishing Measure U. And so before you tonight is a resolution that will set up that oversight committee. It is comprised of 5 members, And those members have a couple requirements. They must be city residents who pay the tax, and they cannot be city employees or city elected officials or members of any other city body. There are several different duties that are listed in the resolution forming the committee. The committee will review biannual reports, which will be prepared by the city via the finance director on the collection of the proceeds as well as the expenditure of those proceeds. And the committee will meet biannually, meaning at least twice per year, to review those reports and comment on and provide any feedback on the expenditures of the tax. So they will be reporting on how we are using the tax, as well as relating those to the priorities that were identified by the community with Measure U, and reviewing the upcoming budget year for Measure U appropriations prior to the city council weighing in at its annual budget hearings. And then finally, the committee will prepare and issue an annual report on the revenues and expenditures of the Measure U funds. And so again, there will be 5 members. They will have 4-year terms, as is relatively standard with other city commissions and committees. We will need to stagger the terms. So when the council goes ahead and appoints the committee members at a later date, we will need to have those terms staggered, such as 3 members with 4-year terms and 2 members with 2-year terms, so that they are alternating in terms of when those terms actually expire. And I think those are the main details of the resolution this evening, but staff is here and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I wonder, is there any questions from Councilmember King?
Yes. This is more of a kind of combo question comment. In the resolution itself, the term lengths are not mentioned. I know we have a city charter that applies, but unless I missed it, I didn't see, a definition under the paragraph terms that would list them as 4-year terms. So is that, I guess my question is that because that's in the city charter and it's not needed, or would that be something that we should probably add to the resolution for clarity?
Yeah, it's a good observation. The way it's defined here, it's actually more in the recitals, so it isn't in the body of the resolution, but the recitals to the resolution do, I believe, mention that the terms of the members will be in accordance with the verbiage outlined in section 55 of the charter, which is the section that establishes the 4-year terms for city commissions. Although this is not a commission, it's essentially saying that the terms of these committee members will be in accordance with those rules, which would be 4 years.
That was my only question. Comment.
So, if I may, Council, Brian. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I'll be quiet if you wish. If you don't.
No. I thought Councilmember King was. I thought you were talking over each other. But so Councilmember King has another question. But do you want to wait for the attorney? Right. Yes. Okay.
Councilmember King, I'll gladly wait for you. I do.
I actually don't have another question.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So fire away.
So Brian was correct in what he just said. However, I think it would be desirable to state expressly what the terms are in the resolution, because that's where we would look for them. And it's true that that the requirements in the charter that apply to commissions would not apply to this body because it's not a commission. Right. So for clarity's sake, I think if the council were to direct staff to modify the resolution before they adopt it to include specifying the terms, we'd also include the staggering for that matter too, Brian. I think that would be helpful. So anyway, be happy to address that further, but that would be my suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you, City Attorney. And thank you, Councilmember King, for bringing that up, because I asked that question as well because I didn't see it. And I think it absolutely should be added to the wording of the resolution. And the staggering I did see, but I'm not sure if that was in the resolution as well. But yeah, we want people to know how long they're signing up for. If there aren't any other, there is another question, Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is more general. If this is a general fund tax, can you explain how the Measure U Oversight Committee is going to know what funds or what the Measure U funds are being used for? Are they looking at the general fund? It's unclear to me if it's how they can, what the scope of their review is. If it's a general fund, it's all just going into the general fund.
Yes, Vice Mayor, thank you for that question. So I think as a general comment, it is accurate that this is a general tax. And so the funds generated from Measure U are general purpose city government revenues and can be used for any legal governmental purpose. The Oversight Committee was established to really just provide an extra layer of transparency. And so I think that's part of why you see the responsibilities of the Oversight Committee are to review and comment on the revenues and expenditures of the Measure U funds. And so we will be establishing a method, and I don't believe our finance director is on here at this point in the evening, but we will be establishing a method to track both the revenues, which is very easy to track as the revenues come in. Those will be coded separately in the financial system. And then, similarly to track the expenditures. And there are some different ways we can do that. Creating a sub fund that kind of rolls up to the general fund, but is tracked a little bit separately. So there are a few ways that we can do that. And actually, she and I were just having a conversation earlier today about that. So there will be a method within the accounting function that those are tracked separately. And that will give us a way to provide data to the committee, as well as the council, the community, and then in the annual report that's published each year on the revenues and expenditures of the Measure U revenues.
And if I could just briefly, in support of what the assistant city manager just said, it is an express requirement of Measure U right in the ordinance that the voters approve that we track separately the revenues and expenditures. And as Brian indicated, that will be reflected in the report that the Oversight Committee reviews and comments upon. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to ask our city clerk if she's received any public comment on this item.
Mayor Barrett, one public comment was submitted, which is attached to the agenda online.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll open public comment, and I'll ask our moderator to do that for those who are in attendance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. We have one hand currently raised, so I will share my screen for the timer and allow Ben Peters to talk. Ben, you may unmute yourself and provide your comments.
Gonna read my comments submitted so those listening can appreciate the importance of oversight starting this year. So the Measure U committee should be formed and have appointed members prior to the adoption of the 2021-2022 budget. If the budget is expected to be adopted prior to July 1st, then a July 1st start date for the Oversight Committee would be too late for any oversight to occur in the budgeting process. If the budget is first reviewed in May and then approved June 1st, and the committee meets in July, it will be too late to have any active oversight in the creation of our spending priorities for our city. Also worth commenting, the actual language in the draft resolution as it relates to Section 3A, how the city's use of the transaction and use tax proceeds relates to the spending priorities identified by the community, period. If the committee is only looking at the priorities that were included in the recitals of Measure U that will limit the effectiveness of this oversight body. And so that language should be reviewed, discussed, and hopefully modified to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ben. The next speaker is David Powers. So David, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Actually, this is Beverly Shore, and I'm using David Powers' computer. I'd like to say that I am a Parks and Rec commissioner, and I'm very familiar with the process of oversight because we have that for Measure M. I would like to suggest that a quarterly report rather than an annual report become critical. And I would like to suggest that budgets be submitted at the exact same time so that there is some ability for the oversight committee to actually oversight. If things are submitted after the fact, there's nothing that can be done. And my last suggestion is that it be very clear where the buck stops. In terms of Measure M, it's the council, even though the council is not part of the actual budgeting, and the information that they get is always after the fact. So those are my observations, and I would like that included in the oversight discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And I don't see any other hands up. So at this point, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we will close public comment and bring this back to the council for further discussion and or motion. Does the city attorney want to respond to what I thought was a comment saying that July 1st is not in compliance with what voters voted on?
I'd be happy
Okay.
to, Madam Mayor. The focus of it's the council that makes budget allocation decisions in accordance with the charter. The focus of the oversight body is to address how the funds, to address what the revenues were and how they were used. So that's something that's going to happen in arrears. And so I don't necessarily agree with that observation. And I would refer folks to, it's in section 4.18.140, which will be codified in that section when the code is updated to reflect what the voters have adopted by approving Measure U. And the specifics are there, the number of people, and these were the resolution tracks to that, the number of folks in the body, their eligibility requirements. The frequency is addressed there too in paragraph C. It says the city's finance director will oversee preparation of biannual reports for submission to the oversight committee and publication on the city's website on all tax proceeds collected under the chapter. We'll meet biannually, and then it goes on to provide that the meetings and records of the body will be subject to the Brown Act and the Public Records Act. What I would say about the provision of the proposed resolution concerning addressing the spending priorities that the members of the public identified and that were included in the recitals for both the measure that placed both the ordinance that placed the measure on the ballot and the ordinance that the voters approved. So that's, I read that as being in addition to, I mean, it's clear under section 4.18.140 of Measure U that the finance department and the finance director specifically has a duty to prepare the biannual reports for review by the oversight committee, and that's got to cover all the proceeds and the uses. And you just heard the assistant city manager talk about how that can and will be done. And so that provision, so that's going to happen, and it must happen, but as a requirement of the measure. And so when the reso says that they'll address also they will also address that information in relation to the community's identified spending priorities. I view that as being in addition to, not in lieu of, or not solely. So, and that, as we've talked about, and we were careful in the measure to make clear that that doesn't change the status of the measure and the tax that the voters approved and make it a special purpose tax. It's still a general purpose tax, but I think those are not mutually exclusive obligations as the reso has been prepared. So thank you. I think you're muted, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you for that. I see our assistant city manager has his hand up, and did you want to say something further?
I just wanted to add on to what our city attorney mentioned, and I do agree with his characterization. There are several items in the proposed resolution before you tonight that are additive, sort of on top of the bare minimum requirements in the Measure U ordinance in terms of reviewing the annual budget allocations, reviewing it against the priorities expressed in the measure, et cetera. Those are additional things that the committee would be doing in addition to the what the measure actually says is the minimum duties of the committee. And then finally, I wanted to comment on the frequency for a minute, because I do think that there is kind of a rhythm and flow to municipal revenues and collecting those and then reporting on them. I think we did hear a public comment that quarterly reporting would be better. Part of the reason we think that biannual or twice annually is appropriate is really just partially due to how revenues come into the city. The half year reporting would occur likely in February, March timeframe, which is, it gives us enough time to collect half a year's revenue, prepare the report, and then come to the committee to meet on it. At that same time, we likely will have initial indications of what our upcoming year's budget priorities may be. So call it March of each year. So that lines up well with both the budgeting as well as the flow of revenues for the city. And then the second meeting likely would occur in roughly the October time period, which would be after we've closed the fiscal year. We have a full year's revenue. We have the reports finally completed for that year, and then we can come back to the committee with that full year's and year-end report. So those 2 meetings a year, at least to staff, kind of makes sense in terms of the flow of our annual fiscal reporting, and that was part of the reason for proposing the twice annual meetings.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Councilmember Healy, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I was just going to move the resolution attached to the staff report.
Okay, is there a second for that, Vice Mayor? Councilmember Fisher?
Yes, but we want to add the terms into the actual resolution. That's a friendly amendment.
That's fine. Yes, okay, fine. So there's a motion and a second, and then we'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment to add a third bullet under duties that says the following: consistency with the city's climate and equity goals. How do people feel about that? I guess I feel like it's important for us to just recognize that everything we do is with our dollars is either taxing our environment and our climate or advancing progress on the issues of climate and equity. And it just feels like this group should be eyes wide open about that and asked to assess if we're spending our money in alignment with what we say our values are.
So the maker of the motion, do you want to accept that motion?
Well, I guess my question to staff, thank you. My question to staff is, aren't we going to be dealing with that through the budget process ourselves? So why do we need to put that on this committee?
I think I'll let Brian address the mechanics of the finances. I think the answer is yes, but some other potential considerations regarding that suggestion are: one, I don't, at least as we imagine it, and as the measure requires it, the report is not anticipated as being in terms of, you know, for example, the council's recently approved climate emergency framework categories, and I'm not sure that the appointees to the oversight board will necessarily have that same kind of expertise to address that. And there will be other, you know, as can be seen from the framework, and as we anticipate will be the case in the plans prepared in response to the framework, including the general plan and climate action plan, et cetera. They will be addressing those things. So I don't know. I'm not sure that, at least as, and Brian, you may want to add, I'm not sure as we were envisioning what that report would be, whether it would lend itself to an analysis of that nature by this body.
So I'm not insensitive to the concern, but I'd like to leave the motion as it was amended the first time. And if we need to revisit that down the road, we can.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second. And if there's no further comment, we will, you still have your hand up, Vice Mayor. Do you want to make another comment? Okay. We will take a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
No.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to item 5D, which is a resolution recommending appointments to the Mayors and Council Members Association to fill vacancies on regional bodies. And we will turn this over to our city clerk.
Good evening, Mayor Barrett and council members. The Mayors and Council Members Association, which includes the Sonoma County cities, fills vacancies on various local, regional boards or commissions when the terms of office expire or upon resignations. Letters of interest were circulated to all cities by those elected officials wishing to serve on those committees. Each city then submits their recommendations to the association for consideration at the February 11th City Selection Committee and Board of Directors meetings. The deadline for submitting letters was December 31st, 2020, and then was extended to Thursday, January 21st, 2021. The staff report for this item was published one day prior to the deadline. One letter of interest was received after publication of the staff report. It was circulated to council and posted to the city website with the agenda packet today. All other letters of interest were attached to the staff report as attachment 2. I will share a spreadsheet now, which I can update in real time as you discuss your recommendations for appointment. Give me just a moment to figure out the screen share. I have a lot of documents open. I apologize. Just a moment.
Kendall, if you'd like me to share the screen, I can do that. Oh, okay.
Can you see that okay? Or can you see everything?
No, we're seeing the right thing.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and fill in this comment under recommended appointments as you discussed. So in the first column here are the different bodies. In the middle column are the letters of interest that were received. And like I said, on the right, I'll fill in who you would like me to add into the draft resolution attached to the staff report.
Okay, so what you haven't added is the number of people we're voting for each of those positions.
So the ones that don't say anything on the right here, it's just one position. For ABAG here, there's a member and an alternate. And for Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space, there are 3 members down there. You know, I will note, Mayor Barrett, we talked earlier today, Metropolitan Transportation Commission. We suggested only recommending one name. The city selection committee will give 3 names to the board of supervisors for appointment. Mayor Barrett may be able to provide some more historical knowledge of how this has happened in the past, but it sounds like typically Mayor Barrett would take 1 name forward at the February 11th city selection committee meeting for recommendation.
Thank you, Kendall. And yes, what we've done historically is that the mayor takes the votes that have been agreed upon and voted on, and we vote for 1, and then each mayor submits their city's vote, and then the top 3 are sent to the supervisors. I did have this discussion earlier with our city clerk and mentioned that I was aware that other jurisdictions had voted for 3 in their own jurisdiction. And that's not something we have historically done, but clearly it is something that could be done. So we can discuss how we would like to do that. But do you have more to say, City Clerk, or shall we go forward?
That was all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, so the way this is set up right now, I can't see anybody else. So I have no idea how to call on anybody because on this, so if we keep this screen up, I can't call on anyone except just by calling your name. What I'd like to
can help us facilitate. Patrick, can you see better?
Madam Mayor, yes, there are no hands on the council app, but there's 1 hand in the attendees. Sorry, Vice Mayor Barnacle has his hand up now.
Okay, fine.
No, I was just going to alert to the people in the audience. So that's
okay. With that in mind, thank you for that, both of you. Let's open public comment on this item. And first I'll ask the city clerk if she's received any public comment on this item.
We did not receive any public comment before the meeting.
Thank you. And so then I will ask our moderator, Patrick, if we will open public comment if anyone in attendance would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's 1 hand up currently. If other members of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments. I am going to take over the screen sharing from the city clerk, so I apologize.
That's okay.
And share my screen for the timer. The first hand raised is Dominic Fopoli from the town of Windsor. You may unmute yourself and give your comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Dominic Fopoli, Mayor of Windsor and current chair of the Sonoma County Mayors and Councils Association. This has been an interesting experience being on this side of the dais, watching your meeting, seeing how you guys go through the process, a little different than ours. So you guys have had to make some tough decisions tonight. I'm here to ask for your support for the board of directors spot for Golden Gate Transit. I think I've called, messaged, or talked to all of you leading up to this, but just to reiterate why I feel I'd be a great choice for the county. I'll start my first day on the board with a strong relationship with my fellow directors that already have existing relationships with from Sonoma, Marin, San Francisco, the adjoining areas. For me, I think it's incredibly important for the success of our young smart train system to have a strong connected ferry system through Golden Gate Transit so that people will have more of an incentive to use the smart train system. And I think that that's going to be by advocating for, like I said, the ferry connection with SMART, and obviously also to continue to have a strong Golden Gate bus system that's running in and through Sonoma County. So if you have any questions, I will be staying on. But thank you for your consideration and thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments. That is the only hand raised. So Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we'll close public comment and we will bring it back to the council. And so what I'd like to say is that one of our past procedures has been that if we have the same number of applicants as are available, we just accept the ones that put their name in. And I don't know if there's any opposition to that on the council right now. So that would be the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. Teresa Barrett is the only applicant. Mark Landman for the local agency formation, LAFCO, is the only applicant. There is no applicants for the RAN or for the Sonoma County Oversight Board Committee. And John Sawyer is the only applicant for the North Bay Division of the League of California Cities. And Melanie Bagby is the only applicant for the Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit Commission. And Deborah Fudge is the only applicant for the SMART non-SCTA member position. So unless there's any opposition, we will just accept those people as submitted. And again, I cannot see you, so I'll let Patrick tell me if there's any hands up.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember King followed by Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember King?
Yes. Well, the first thing I was going to say was to move the counting of 5 people that were the sole. So you took care of that. I don't know if we're going to have a discussion on the MTC, whether we submit 3 or 1 at this point or not. I would prefer to send 3, but I don't know if we're going to have a discussion on that. I was a little unclear on where we stand on that. I think that that's not an unreasonable situation, and I know we're going to get to it eventually. So
okay, so actually
comments.
thank you for weighing in on that, because I was going to ask people if they have a position on that to please weigh in. So we don't necessarily have to take a vote unless it gets contentious, but we'll take a straw vote. So Councilmember Fisher is following Councilmember King.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how you want this process to go, but I would like to send 3 names to the MTC, and I was going to go ahead and nominate Dominic Fopoli for the Golden Gate Bridge.
Okay, let's take one position at a time, if you don't mind. So since we are talking about the MTC, let's just deal with that one right now, and then we can come back to the other position. Do you mind?
Not at all. So
okay. You want 3 names for MTC?
Yes. Would you like my 3 names?
No, I don't want your 3 names. I want to make sure that there's a consensus. Okay. So could I hear from the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Healy, Councilmember Posake, and McDowell. Oh my gosh, McDonald. Oh, sorry. So someone has to call on them. Vice Mayor, could you please call since, okay, thank you. I'm back on now.
I'm just going to stop sharing.
I'm good with sending 3.
You're good with sending 3, okay. And Councilmember Posake, 3. Councilmember Healy?
3.
Okay, and so Councilmember
McDowell, 3.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Kevin. Okay, so 3. So we're going to do 3 names. Now, would someone like to make a motion of what those 3 names would be? I see Councilmember McDonald.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll motion that we have Barnacle, Healy, and Hinton as the 3 names.
Okay, okay, that you know, this might not be the best way to do this because we can, you know, the permutations can be, let's just do 1 name at a time, and then we can just go that way. So do you want, can I please ask you to withdraw that motion and just do 1 name?
Absolutely, and then I'll just I'll lead with Barnacle for the
okay, do I have a second on that?
Second.
I'll second that.
Okay, so motion by McDonald, seconded by
King.
Kosake. Posake, I thought. Well, you know, his name, his picture popped up on my screen. So as I said, okay, so do you want to do a roll call?
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Thank you. So that's unanimous. And so let's just go down the list. How about I'll nominate Victoria Fleming. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a second. I recognize that as council.
Only the female voice here. Yeah.
Okay. So would you please do a roll call vote?
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
No.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
No.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2.
Okay, so then council member Healy. I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so then we'll do a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Okay, so that's unanimous. So those are our three positions. Okay, thank you. This is always awkward, even when we do it at City Hall. So let's try this same method for the ABAG Executive Board. And so I see that Dr. Posake has offered to be either the member or the alternate. And the other two have both asked only to be the member. So does someone want to make a motion for one of those three people for our ABAG Executive Board member?
I do. Ariel.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, I heard the.
Go ahead,
Fisher.
Councilmember Fisher.
I was going to offer Ariel Kelly for member and Dennis Posake as the alternate.
Okay, we're only taking one person at a time. We're just doing the member position. Okay, so, okay, there's a motion for Ariel Kelly. Is there a second? Okay, so that's dying without a second. So is there another motion for the member? I can't see.
I'll make a motion
Yes.
motion for Councilmember Posake.
Okay, and I will second that. So can we do a roll call vote for that?
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
And that was for member, correct?
Yes.
That was my understanding. Oops, that's the wrong page.
Said
Sorry.
wrong person there.
Yeah,
Okay.
Control C, Control V. There we go.
Okay, and so we can nominate one of the other two people for the alternate and see if they will take that position. So would you like to make your motion again?
I would. Thank you.
Councilmember Fisher?
Yep. Ariel Kelly is the alternate.
And is there a second? I'll make a second
Second.
on that. Okay, Vice Mayor made the second. Okay, so we'll do a roll call vote on that.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
No.
King,
No.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2.
Okay, thank you. And now we are at the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District Citizens Advisory Committee. And again, we are going for three people, so let's just do one person now.
I'll nominate Brian Barnacle.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, and there's a second by Posake. Can we take a roll call vote on that?
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Okay, so that's, okay, so now there's is someone make a second motion?
I'll nominate Nisa Hinton.
Okay, so there's a nomination of Nisa Hinton by King. Is there a second?
Kevin seconds.
Okay, and a second by McDonald. So can we do a roll call vote?
Barrett.
No.
Barnacle.
Yes.
Fisher.
No.
Healy.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Posake.
No.
Motion passes 4-3.
Yes. Okay, so there's one more position. Does someone want to make another motion?
I'll nominate Skylar.
I'll second that, Kevin.
Okay, so nomination by Fisher, second by McDonald.
Barrett.
Well, yes.
Barnacle.
Yes.
Fisher.
Yes.
Healy.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so now we need a motion to accept all of these motions as a resolution.
Sorry, Mayor Barrett, there was one at the top that got missed for the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
We're torturing Dominic.
I'm so sorry. And the person who actually came to the meeting, I do apologize.
Dominic was our speaker and Gerard is the other who submitted a letter.
And I did nominate Dominic when I started this discussion. So.
And I'm
I'll
so
second
sorry.
that. This is Mike.
Okay, second by Healy. So go, please. Did you call start the roll?
Roll call. Barrett.
No.
Barnacle.
Yes.
Fisher.
Yes.
Healy.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
McDonald.
No.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2.
Good. Okay, thank you. And I do really apologize for missing that one. Okay, so now if we could take that down so I could see people. Thank you. We need a motion to accept the resolution.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
Councilmember Healy and seconded by Councilmember King. So roll call vote on that.
Just a moment, sorry. Recording this. Okay. Barrett.
Yes.
Barnacle.
Yes.
Fisher.
Yes.
Healy.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So now we are going on, that's just a warm up for our item 5A, which is the appointment of the General Plan Advisory Committee. And it's 9:30 right now. And Christina, was your intent to do that same thing for the vote where you were going to use the screen for us to share the screen? Because if it isn't, I'd like to have if you're going to do that, I'd like to take a 5-minute break because I need to change devices because this device will not allow me to see the screen and the participants. So I'm also getting a signal from some of the other council members that they would also like a 5-minute break. So it is right now 9:35. We will start back. We will recess until 9:40. So thank you very much.
I don't think there was ever a time, Brian, when I could move my head that far side to side.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 9:40. Patrick, are you,
Yes, the meeting is live, Mayor.
okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, we are back in session after a 5-minute recess. And we will start with our item with Christina Paul. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Let me share my screen and we will move forward with the appointment of the General Plan Advisory Committee. The General Plan Advisory Committee is going to be an approximately 15-member committee of the City Council that will have an advisory role throughout the general plan development process. The committee will be responsible for reviewing draft planning documents, for ensuring that Petaluma's long-term vision aligns with the values of the community, for offering diverse perspectives and input into the plan development, and essentially to serve as representatives of both the council and the community. The GPAC will not have decision-making authority, but they will provide recommendations to the consultants that will then take that into advisement when they present material to council for decisions. We are anticipating that the GPAC will have a set monthly meeting date, just as any other city committee does, throughout the 2-year approximately planning process through January of 2023, and that I will serve as the staff liaison to the committee. We did a significant amount of outreach to encourage members of the public to apply to serve on the GPAC. We pushed out multiple alerts through the community update, through city email, through the general plan email list. We boosted posts on social media to make sure that they were seen. We put paid advertisements in the Argus Courier, both online and in print. We did multiple presentations to community members, to the city council, as well as to high school students at Casa Grande High School. And then we made sure that we got a mailer into nearly every mailbox in the city by pushing out utility bill inserts, encouraging folks to apply if they were interested. We were then happy to see that we got 129 qualified applications from folks throughout the community. There was a requirement that folks did live within the city limits. So we needed to tell a couple of people that they were eligible, but in general, everybody lived within city limits. And we really had a strong and diverse group of folks that are willing to help us shape Petaluma's future. We then provided, in order to help council make decisions around who to preliminarily nominate, we provided an evaluation worksheet that had the names of all of the folks who applied to serve on the GPAC, what quadrant of the city they live in. And you can see this is a little bit different. We didn't do the usual east side, west side, because we, as part of the general plan, want to kind of break up that feeling of division in the city where that remains. We also provided annotations of the applicant's self-declared areas of expertise that we got out of the applications. And then we provided a scoring rubric that council members could use for their own advisement. We didn't collect this. This was really just to help council members arrive at a prioritized list of 15 folks that they wanted to nominate to be on the GPAC. And because this is a fairly complex process, we're using something akin to a ranked choice voting methodology. And I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. When we look at the breakdown of who applied to be on the GPAC, we can see that about 20% of folks lived in Southwest, 23% in Northeast, 15% in Northwest, and 42% in Southeast, which we might call Northwest if we used our kind of traditional divisions. There was not an even distribution of expertise. There are areas that folks are more interested in or more expert in. Those included sustainability and climate change, as well as equity, land use. Of course, that's a big focus of the general plan. And then a few folks who are interested in recreation, parks and the arts, as well as health and resiliency. The process that we are planning to use to nominate the GPAC is that we will allow for public comment after this bit of the presentation, and then we will provide an analysis of the preliminary recommendations that we got at the beginning of this meeting so that council can decide to revise their preliminary recommendations and or evaluate the top group of folks who were nominated for the GPAC and then decide if that is a solid group to move forward with or any adjustments are necessary. Does anybody have any questions in this immediate moment?
Actually, I have one question for you. In terms of the areas of expertise or special areas, do some of those people could have more than one, right?
That's correct. They couldn't live in more than one place, but they could.
Right, yes. But people could have marked more than one. Okay, good.
Yes, and many people did.
Yes, okay. Not seeing any other hands up, so continue.
So we had discussed doing public comment at this time.
Oh, okay, at this time it's public comment. I'm very sorry. So Kendall, City Clerk, did you receive any correspondence through the mails or email?
Mayor Barrett, no public comments were received between publication of the staff report and tonight's meeting.
Okay, thank you. And so we will open public comment and I will turn it over to our moderator, Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this point, members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you will be called on in turn. I am looking and I see no hands raised, Madam Mayor. Oh, sorry, one just got raised and that's two. Okay, I will share my screen. Almost, it's just like going once, going twice. Almost didn't make it. First speaker is Dwayne, followed by Tabitha. So Dwayne, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Yes, I think the city is blessed to have the talent that showed up with these 129 people. It's really marvelous, and that so many of them had multiple experience that have benefited the city over the years. I did want to make one suggestion, though. The city will be spending millions of dollars in dealing with homeless people with very low income over the next few years, both in terms of buying and in subsidizing. And it would seem to me that one of the characteristics that would be nice to have at least one member on your committee would be that there's somebody who had spent some time homeless, preferably out of no cause of their own, but to have somebody on there who claimed experience of knowing what it's like to live out of a tent or a car during a rainy winter, and where these people would like to see us spend our money to build housing, not at the far extremes of our city, but rather at the places where they would have the amenities that a homeless person needs, and let them actually participate in the design of our city as to where we would place the amenities for them. It's just one minor suggestion. Other than that, I think this is a very nice process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Dwayne. Next speaker is Tabitha. Tabitha, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, good evening. Sorry, that was my daughter changing my name on my Zoom. This is Sarah Seichik Sebastian. And thank you so much for having this open for public comment. Me gustaría dar muchas gracias por tener todo esto para la gente poder hablar. I think it's very important, creo que es muy importante that we have Spanish-speaking members on the general public in the general plan committee. Creo que es muy importante para tener gente que habla en español en este comité, because there is a large percentage of people here in our town who live and speak and work in Spanish and are Spanish speakers that are going to be greatly affected by all of this. I think that if there are people who are unable, I believe there are some people on here, Yancy Jacobo, and there was another one, Madrigal, who are Spanish speakers who work in Petaluma People Services, and Mentor Me, who I think would have a pulse on that population, as well as Erin. And Erin, I apologize, I'm going to not say your last name very well, but Erin from NBOP, Chmielewski. I'm so sorry, Erin, you are amazing, and I apologize for not saying your name, but you also work very in-depthly with that population. And I think that having this level of understanding, I also echo what the previous speaker, public commenter said about having a voice for the houseless on this committee is huge. I would also like to put forward the idea of using adaptive reuse measures to find a way to reuse all of the industrial and commercial spaces that are laying fallow right now. And if there are any ways to use credits and or subsidies for those owners to be able to move that property into mixed use and or residential zoning. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you all.
Thank you for those comments. And that is the last speaker we have, Madam Mayor, so I'm turning it back to you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment. And so the next step is, Christina, did you want to talk again?
Yes, I would love to. I have a great deal to show you.
Okay, so before, I had asked council members if they had any questions before, and I briefly asked you one. But I did, the city manager mentioned something under our fairground discussion that I just thought of when I was listening to the public comment, and that was that this process may actually go longer than 2 years. And would these people be terminated after 2 years, or if they're able to stay on, they could stay on? Okay, I'm seeing heads shaking or nodding. So I will take that, hopefully.
We would see this committee, Madam Mayor, staying with the process to the conclusion of the process.
Okay, and that actually might be something people want to know, so that if your name makes the finals and that's something that you hadn't bargained for, you might want to let us know right away, and so we'll look for your hand if that's the case. But so thank you. Go ahead, Christina.
And Madam Mayor, one of the things that we had thought about is that there may be some student representatives on the board or on the committee. And so we might look at replacing them if they graduate and move away. So there might be some opportunity for backfilling.
Okay, thank you for that. So please go ahead.
Are there any questions that do we want to pause for questions?
Okay, okay, I see the Vice Mayor's hand is up.
Yeah, how do we feel about that you brought up the students? Would virtual participation be acceptable?
The requirement is that folks are residents of the city of Petaluma. So if they move out of town, then they would need to step off of the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm going to share my screen again and talk about how we have provided some insight into the results of the preliminary nominations. So what we did is we took all of the nominations from all of the council members, and folks ranked their nominations from 1 to 15, with 1 being highest priority and 15 being lowest priority. We then assigned people points based on where they are in that ranking. So we took every council member's essentially points that they allocated, and we added them up across all of the people who applied. We also counted how many votes each of the folks who were nominated once, twice, or 6 times received. We have analyzed the geographic distribution of nominees and then the expertise of the nominee pool as well. And so I can show you the Excel behind all of that, and likely will do. It looks like this. And I will zoom into it a little bit more, but I just wanted to let you know what information is available. So we have a ranking. We have the nominee's name. I have to move the folks on my screen so that I can see. We have the sum of all of the points that each folks got, how many votes, what quadrant of the city do they live in, did they say that they have expertise in 1 or more of these topic areas that are closely associated with the general plan, and who voted for each of these folks. So I'm happy to go into any of that and made a few slides to try to help digest this. In its simplest form, this is the list of the 38 folks who were nominated by 1 or more council member. This is the list of the top 15 folks that were nominated. Again, we have discussed having a group of approximately 15 folks. We wanted to have some balance and distribution between the geographic areas of the city as well as the interest areas. Again, the incoming applicant pool wasn't completely balanced along either of those metrics, but this is a way to begin to visualize whether or not this is a balanced group that council wants to take on as a group, or if we want to add folks or think that there's really a predominance of one interest area over another, and maybe council might want to address that in some way. We're not locked into having 15. It's a good place to start. So for the sake of argument, we also can include the top 20, and I will show you an analysis of what happens to the group balance if we look at the top 15 versus the top 20. So this is a chart that shows us, and this is not color coded, but we were doing this during a council meeting, so I hope that you forgive. So you can see that these are the expertises of that group of top 15 folks. We are really strong in terms of the social and environmental equity and strong economy. Climate and sustainability and environment is next. Then we have a fairly good representation of housing, land use, this is land use, character and historic preservation, and transportation. In that top 15, we don't have anybody who specifically mentioned health, resiliency, hazards, and safety. And we have 1 person who mentioned recreation, parks, and the arts. If you move to the top 20, essentially all of them get boosted up. Recreation, parks, and arts remains 1, and then we get 1 person who mentioned health, resiliency, hazards, and safety. If you look, and I'm happy to go back to any of these as is necessary. if you look at where folks live in the city, and again, we have this map for reference, in either case, either the top 15 or the top 20, you have 46% of the group who lives in the southeast quadrant here. And then you can see it changes a little bit to be more distributed in the other quadrants as we add more folks. Councilmember Healy, I noticed that your hand is up. Do you want to?
Yeah, so I have to thank you. I have to say, and this is good information, but your delineation of the quadrants is not what anyone who lives in this town uses. What you call southeast, everyone else calls southwest, and around the circle. So it's just enormously confusing to me, and I think to the community, to use this strange nomenclature.
Well, I'm sorry it's confusing. We did want to not use our traditional divisions in order to try to break that down a little bit as part of the general.
Well, it's just confusing to people. So when you say, well, I said what I would call the southwest quadrant is overrepresented, but then, yeah. So anyway, I just want to make that point.
Thank you.
One second, I just want to say something because I have to agree with Mr. Healy that it took me a long time to look at these people in terms of these geographical breakdowns. But I think one thing I'm noticing is that we selected a lower percentage of people from what you're calling SE than applied. Is that right? I think 52% of the applicants were from the SE quadrant. And
let me go back and look. %.
42. Oh, okay. So I'm totally wrong. Okay. Thank you.
What is interesting actually when we're looking at the division is that we got 23% of folks from Northeast, and quite a fewer who were selected. That's this quadrant. In reflecting back on that, you know, I don't have an exact analysis of why that may be, but it may be that we did 4 presentations to 4 high school classes of folks who go to Casa Grande, and so it might be that there were quite a few high school applicants in that group. But it's certainly true that we're getting fewer people in Northeast than applied in terms of the balance of the applicant pool. So I'm going to stop sharing this part of my screen, and I will share the Excel file so that we can go into this data in a little bit more detail if we would like to. Don't ask me to do pivot tables on the fly, but I can try. So again, this is the entire applicant pool. You can see, and I can make it a little bit bigger if that's helpful, but I wanted to show all of the data that we have. You can see that we have the rank of everybody, name, points, expertise, and who voted for them. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that we don't see who voted for them, so you can see a bit. And then I am going to hand it over to council to let me know if you have any more questions, any comments, if you want to think about this group of, you know, the top 15 and see if there are any changes or additions that you want to make. Madam Mayor, I'll hand it over to you, and I'll stop sharing if you would like me to.
No, please keep that up. I've changed devices so I can actually see, but I can see people with their hands up. And Mr. Healy, I don't know if you still have your hand up or if you have your hand up again. But
yeah, I put it up again.
Okay.
I have to say, and I'm sure this is a common theme among the council, I was just overwhelmed by the quality of the applicants. And we almost could have chosen randomly and had a great group. But I had a very hard time limiting myself to 15 out of 129. And I know when we were first talking about this, I was advocating for a smaller number, but I would support doing the top 20 at this point and rolling with that just to get a bigger group and a little bit more inclusivity there. But I'm very impressed with what we've come up with here. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if staff is asking for an odd number because you think voting could be an issue.
Yes, that is something that we have discussed and think would be advisable.
Okay, so Mr. Healy, I don't know if you want to go to 19 or if you want to go to 21.
I'd be happy with either one of those.
All right, so I just want to weigh that in. Councilmember Fisher, followed by Councilmember Barnacle.
Well, I was going to suggest that we go to 21 so we get Bill Reinhardt and Sierra Downey in there. I'd love to see on serving.
Oh.
I vote for 21.
Okay, so I'm hearing. Well, never mind. I'm just going to go with see what else I hear. Vice Mayor Barnacle, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Christina, can you scroll down a little bit? I feel like those top 5 or 6 are maybe in the bag a little bit, and just seeing if we could, there's some diversity or anything like that, any way we can assess and up level a couple of people if that's need be to create more balance. And are we talking about, are we allowed to advocate for people, or what's the procedure here?
I think we have no procedure. You know, it is I think that if you were to advocate for someone else, you would want to be looking at what trait or what quality they bring that is not represented. For example, excuse me, the 2 very underrepresented traits that need to be part of our general plan are parks and recreation and health. Bringing it up to 21 or taking it up to 21 would include, well, actually, 19 also, someone who does click off that box with that expertise. But if you were going to look for adding someone, I would, if you wanted, I'd like you to weigh in on the number. We have 19 and 21, but I think Mr. Healy said 21 was fine with him too. But,
I'm good with 21.
Okay,
I'll make a couple of.
If you're going to, excuse me, if you're going to make a different name, I think you should recommend not only who you would like to bring in, but who you would like to move out.
Understood. Can I make observations about maybe other criteria? I'm not recommending. Jules Pelican works for COTS, and I think that's to Dwayne's comment earlier is interesting. The other thing that's not necessarily like a specific type of expertise, but Teddy Herzog is pretty much like an influencer in our community in terms of taking videos around town and posting them to things like I Love Petaluma and sparking a lot of conversation about the growth of the city. And I think that's a really healthy attribute to have as we start grappling with some of these questions. It's it could be an extension. So that's I don't know how the council feels about that, but I think it's a valuable thing, and I appreciate that about Teddy, that he puts those provocative subjects out there and welcomes the comments in the community.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
I like the idea of expanding to 21. I think it just even getting down to 21 includes some new skill sets and differences that we'll appreciate here. And one thing that worries me is that over a 2 to 3 year process, there's a certain attrition. And so starting with a bigger group, is I think a positive thing. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 21 works for me, and I did want to comment on the fact that number 1, we received 129 applications for this. that is, when I first heard that, that was stunning in a very positive way. And then reading through the 129 applications, it was amazing the quality of people that we have. When I say quality of people, I mean their skill sets, educational background, linguistic backgrounds, expertise, experience in the city, experience in the world. I think we're fortunate to have that type of people living in our city, as well as being willing to volunteer for this, because this is a lot of work. So I would take the first 21 that are listed there, and go from there. So I don't know if
Okay.
you want anything further at this point.
No,
But I'll
that's-
stop at that point.
That's fine. Thank you. I haven't heard from Councilmember Posake. And I'm just wondering.
Coming.
Yeah.
No, I think 21 is good. I also think that Jules Pelican would be a good addition, but that was clear from my initial vote, so.
Okay, so I'm thinking there's two of you who've mentioned her, and I just want to ask you to tell me who you want to take off, because I really don't, I will weigh in now and say that I think 21 is about at the edge that I'm comfortable with. I think I would have been more comfortable with 19, but I think these 21 are terrific. I also would like to concur with everybody who said, how lucky are we as a community to have these people, as Councilmember King just said, not only live in our community, but be willing to share their expertise with us for a very long period of time. And I just, my hat is off to you. But I'm not willing to expand it beyond 21. And I think whoever wants to put on someone else would have to make an advocation for putting that person on and taking someone off.
I don't wish to take anyone off.
Okay, so you can make a good argument. The two people that were mentioned are excellent. But I think I can't remember who said that we could probably just do it randomly. Maybe it was Mr. Healy, and would have had an excellent group. And I think that that's probably true. So if Mr. Healy, your hand is up.
Thank you. So I believe these meetings are all going to be open to the public. So someone who is not selected to serve on the committee can still participate to their heart's content, and we hope they do. But at this point, would you be willing to entertain a motion to appoint the top 21?
Yes, I am.
I would make that motion.
A second.
And then
Councilmember McDonald has his hand up. We have a motion and a second.
I was jumping in for the second, but got beat to the trigger. And so I would say, just one more comment is that there are other volunteer opportunities coming up, which you had mentioned earlier, and I'm sure we're going to mention again. We just are so blessed to have so many people volunteering to help out.
Okay.
Fairgrounds.
Well, we also have a lot of committees and commissions that our city manager just mentioned at the very beginning of this meeting that have openings, from planning commission to the climate advisory committee, so many things. So yes, there's a lot for people to do. So we have a motion and a second, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Well, thank you, and I just want to thank staff, because just having to put all that together for these votes, this vote came off very smoothly, and that's not the tradition at Petaluma City Council. It's always awkward, and this was not awkward at all. So thank you so much for your hard work. And with that, I think the business of the committee, the council, is finished, except that I see that Council Member Fisher has her hand up.
Well, I don't know that the public could actually read that spreadsheet, so I don't know that they won, so, or that they got that position. So I'm just, I don't know if we want to read the names or just wait till tomorrow when an email goes out, or.
I think reading the names actually would be a wonderful thing to do. Thank you very much. And I thought you were going to say, how are they going to find out? I'm sure staff is going to contact them, but it would be nice for everybody who's in attendance tonight to hear who it was that got appointed. 21 people. Do you want to read that, Christina?
All right, I will share my screen. Kendall, do you want to read? You're so good at this.
Oh, you want me to try to pronounce the names? Thank you. Okay. Congratulations to Panama Bartholomew, Stephanie Blake, Delia Diaz, Mary Dooley, Jesse Feller, Dave Eldon, Allie Gaylord, Janice Cater Thompson, Aaron Shimilski, Roberto Rosilia Merez, Yancy Jacoba, Roger Leventhal, Ileana Madrigal, Matt Brown, Joshua Simmons, Bill Wolpert, John Shribs, Chris Rabiot, Phil Boyle, Sierra Downey, Bill Reinhardt. That is our top 21. I almost kept going. And I apologize for any mispronunciations. I will get to know all of you.
And can you send this to us as well?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that, reading that out. I appreciate that. So with that, we have finished the business of tonight, and we will adjourn tonight's meeting. So thanks everybody for a pretty interesting and unique meeting.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night all. Thank you.